Okay, I think I see all the board members. Can I be heard? No, I'm still muted.
You're loud and clear, sir.
Okay, call the meeting to order. This is a virtual meeting, the regular meeting of the Township Board, September 15th. And I'd like to first ask our clerk to, oh no, never mind, I'm going to do the Pledge of Allegiance first. Sorry about that. All right, everyone. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States
of the United States of America,
the Republic,
to the republic
one
which stands
nation,
one
under
nation,
God,
indivisible, with
liberty and justice for all. Now I will ask the clerk to unmute, call the roll.
Supervisor Stika.
I am here.
Clerk Dreyfus is present. Treasurer DeShane.
Here.
Trustee Jackson.
Present.
Trustee Opsimer.
Here.
Trustee Sunland.
Here.
Trustee Wazinski.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'll go for our presentation. So we have two presentations today. Mr. Neil Bowlby is here, longtime friend of this board, and he's here on behalf of LINC. And I believe he has a very important presentation to make, and I'd like to call on him now.
Thank you, Supervisor Stika. It's nice to see all of the board again. I have a little short presentation about the VEENSTRA Memorial. I'm going to share my screen. So this is a summary of the memorial funding. We started back in very early 2018, and we didn't really hit the ground running until about mid 2019. And since that time, we've got nearly 50 contributions from individuals and businesses. We went way over our goal. Our goal was $3,400, and we managed to accumulate $4,300. And so that was enough to fund all of the things we wanted, even some in a deluxe form. So I'd like to present the township with our check. Actually, this has already been delivered to Luann for $4,300. And for that, we have a park bench, and it's been engraved with a tribute to John. We were able to upgrade to a deluxe bike repair station where the tools retract, and it's a little bit more theft proof. The plaque we designed, and this is the art of the proof from the company that's going to make it. And if I could read the inscription, it says, John VEENSTRA dedicated his life to improving the lives of others. He was a teacher, coach, public servant, and champion of the people. John's attention to detail, persistence in local issues, and passion for citizen participation made him a stalwart figure in local politics. As an Ingham County Commissioner and an avid proponent of the area's public parks, John was proud to be part of the creation of the Lake Lansing Parks. His tireless work as a Meridian Township trustee to promote open, transparent government continues to inspire many who serve the community. Oops, and this just shows where the different things are going to be located. First of all, many thanks to Luann Meisner and Jane Greenway in bringing this about. We spent many hours going over the plan, and they were extremely helpful in helping us design and finding a place for it. So it's actually going to go right close to the stage. This is Central Park Drive up at the top, and the restrooms are over on the side. So we're going to have the park bench situated here where you can view the stage or view the play area or just all the goings on in the regular area. Bike repair station is going to be right next to the bike racks, and the plaque will be on a post, angled at 45 degrees on a post right in the plantings there. So we're looking forward to finishing it up. And thank you very much for the time to present that.
Well, thank you. As somebody who had the pleasure, along with Clerk Dreyfus, I think we're the only two now that served with Mr. VEENSTRA. I can tell you he was, as you said, a stalwart, very, very citizen-minded, very concerned about the environment, very concerned about Meridian in all of its respects. And it's wonderful to have this Mr. Bowlby here. We thank LINC, all the contributors. I happen to be one of those.
Yes,
And appreciate very much your efforts. And I'll call on Clerk Dreyfus. I'm sure it has something to say.
Yes, it was trustee Veenstra that him and several of the Democrats actually solicited me to run for office in 2008. And so he had an impact in other ways of how he influenced other people, not just the policies and the passion that he brought to the positions he served in. I'm really glad that LINC was the organization that helped to give a tribute to him this way. LINC was something that he felt strongly about as well. So any group could have honored him, but it was particularly appropriate to have LINC be the group that the liaison for interneighborhood cooperation be the group that gave him those honors. And third, I think the actual selection of the bike repair station and the bicycle parking and the bench are really so suited for the man that John was as well. The only thing missing was a little LED light display. There should have been like a little LED light, something came up and turned on or something. And and then you hear his voice go, LED lights, we need LED lights. He would have loved that too. But thank you, Neil and LINC, for what you did.
you're welcome.
For those who have not been at many board meetings over the years, the clerk is very right. Mr. Veenstra was very, very concerned all the time that we be very environmentally friendly. And then every project was after those developers to put in as many LED lights as possible.
Well, that and covered bicycle racks.
And covered bicycle.
And covered bicycle racks. You're right. Yep. They're both symbols of John. Yep. Well, thank you, Neil.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have another presentation, and this is a big one. We will call upon Manager Walsh, and he will then call upon staff as he sees fit. And we will have a presentation of our budget. You are muted, Mr. Walsh. There you go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Supervisor and Board. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here this evening to present you with the budget. And I would ask Stephen to put up the document now. Thank you very much. So flipping to the first page, and this is going to be a little bit of a challenge because we're in different places and trying to accomplish this evening, but we'll do the best we can. So let's look at what the board set out in 2020, back in late 19, what they said they wanted to accomplish. Expanding the solar, it's happening at the marketplace and the South Fire Station, $100,000. Redevelop the core Pica areas. We hope to have the buildings down in the village of Okemos by December 15th. And Pine Village up in Hazlett's on your agenda tonight. The marketplace on the green, tentatively scheduled for a ribbon cutting in just 3 weeks on October 7th. Fixing our roads. Remember, we have 146 miles of local roads. Our goal was to hit 15 miles in the first year. As you know, we hit 26 miles of repairs. We have approximately 13 or 14 the toughest work done, the reconstruction, and the crack sealing is yet to happen. Fully commit to MERS. We did that and beyond to our pension, and begin construction of the pathway. The phase 1 from Hagedorn to Park Lake Road over the Red Cedar Bridge is planned in 2021. And continuing on, what are our top 10 goals for 2021? What is this budget comprised of? What are our ultimate goals? Number 1 is to eliminate our pension debt and to continue down that path. Again, redevelop our core Pica areas, implement year 2 of the road program, purchase the new ladder truck, and have a very conservative budget approach because of COVID-19. We want to expand solar. There's another $100,000 in this budget to continue. We're in our third expansion or third installment of solar. Expand our emergency warning sirens program. Remember, just a few years ago, we only had 4 and we need 15 to cover the township. Number 10 is in this budget that's before you this evening. We want to restore the redevelopment fund. As you know, we had $700,000 for the redevelopment fund. The board authorized $130,000 of that this year. That was for the small business grants that were well-timed for the township. There's $130,000 in this budget to restore that back to 700. And we plan on appropriating that 700. It's been there for 5 years. We plan on expending that in 2021 between the 2 Pica areas. maintain our infrastructure and expand that, such as the Nokomis roof and other things, and of course, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we have money set aside for that this year. And our infrastructure, of course, we did the HVAC as well. What are our budget concerns? Top 5 concerns for 2021. There's always concerns. Number 1 is our MERS. We expected to go up in 2020, and we actually went down 1%, 63 to 62. We beat the average in the state of 2.8% reduction, but still, we did see a setback in this last year. Park millage funds were basically dry. Between all of the projects that we've accomplished in the past year or two, namely the marketplace and what's going on at the Harris Nature Center and the historical village and the large dog park, lots of great improvements, but we're pretty tapped out on our park millage funds. The effects of COVID-19, state shared revenue. Of course, we got good news this morning on state shared revenue. The House and Senate leadership is talking about not reducing state shared revenue going into their next budget year, which of course their budget year is October 1, while ours starts January 1. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the challenges that we have in police and fire and recruitment. Going over to the general fund, here's a summation of the general fund in totality. Our total budget is about $52 million. So when you look at the general fund, and that's how we fund police and fire and basically all of our operations, you can see that we have expenses planned at $23.3 million and revenues of $22.6 for a net loss of $682. And you're saying to yourself, do we have a structural deficit? Are we going to expect to have this deficit again next year as we go into the following year? The answer is no. We don't have a structural deficit, and I'll tell you why. If you consider our one-time expenses that we have in this fund, and there are in the general fund, and there are a number, but the large ones would be the redevelopment fund. Remember, I just told you that we plan to expend that fund this year. So it's a $700,000 liability in the budget coming up, and the capital outlay of $245, which I'll get into later. But there's $945,000 of one-time expenses that we really, if they were removed from the budget, this is what we would have. We'd have revenues of $22.6, expenses of $22.4, and we'd have a surplus by just eliminating those 2 one-time costs. So no, we do not have a structural deficit. Total budget, expenses of $52.6 million, revenues of $48.1 million. And again, you say, wow, how can we be $4.5 million underwater? Well, we're not. I'll explain. The deficit is $4.5 million, but you got to remember the local road program, the funds for that we received last year. So we're now expending those. So you can take out the $3.5 million for the local road program because we have the funds, but we received those last year. And then we have a significant pathway construction project of $632. Again, we've been saving money for that. Those funds are in there, but we're expending it this year. So truly on a $52 million budget, our deficit's $363. But of course, keep in mind, that's really not the true picture, because if you eliminated one-time cost out of this budget, you'd be operating at about $1 million surplus, not 300, but the $1 million in one-time expenses. How are we doing on our debt? Well, we're doing extremely well. And if this board is not proud of anything, this is one thing you should really be proud of. These are the 3 main liability debt issues that we have in the township: the Township Pension Fund, Retiree Healthcare, and MERS Pension. And as you can see, going back to 2014, the Township Pension Fund debt has almost been cut in half. And Retiree Healthcare, the same thing. And MERS Pension, about $10 million. How have we done that? Well, the first 2, we've accomplished that by having an overpayment on our actual required contribution. If you go back and you look at the last 5-year budgets, I've been telling you we're putting in a double payment for retiree healthcare, and we're putting in a double payment on the Township Pension Fund. And so that is the reason those have been severely reduced our liability. And the same thing with MERS. So we've had really success in eliminating our legacy cost over the last 6 years. And this shows you the funding position of those 3 funds. Township Pension Fund, 76 to 87, retiree healthcare, a huge jump to 89. We're almost at 90% funded with those 2 funds. That's really significant. And the MERS Pension Fund, is creeping up, not at the pace we'd hope it would, but it's gone up. Pension, let's talk about the MERS pension. And here's the funding levels for each of the units that we have. And the one thing that you're going to note is Public Works went down from year to year, and so did the clerical, and so did the Teamsters. How did police and fire go up? First question you'd ask looking at this, right? Well, let me help try to explain that. We made a decision 2 years ago that when we were making the extra payments in the MERS, we were going to put that $1.5 million into a surplus fund. We were not going to put it into the actual funds, because if we put it into the actual funds, what would it do to the ARC, the required contribution? It would artificially lower the ARC so we could pay less in because we were putting this surplus fund in. We said we don't want to do that. We told the voters that we would not reduce the amount that we were required to pay by putting in this extra money. So we've let the ARC, the required contribution every year, continue to escalate at its normal rate without an artificial influence involved. And we've taken that $750,000 and put it into a surplus fund. So the numbers that you have today, take that surplus, that 1.638, the growth on the 1.5 this year, and I allocated it to the police and fire departments. So as you can see, those are the true numbers if the surplus funds were in the actual funding level. Overall, we're 62%, state average is 73. MERS tells you that if you want to accelerate to 100% funding, and it's included on page 3 of the actual report, you need to make a monthly payment of $373 instead of $280 a month. And here's our pension contributions for 2020. Police of $750, fire $750, that comes from the millage. Our annual required contribution is only $2.8 million. What's our total contribution? Our total contribution, if again, going down to the required 100% funding, that number that I just showed you that they gave us of $373 a month, that's $4.47 million a year. So here's the number. If you really want to be bold and not just pay $2.8 million, if you want to really be a bold community, you need to allocate $4.4 million to accelerate yourself to 100% funding in 10 years. Our contribution this year, $4.7 million. We are putting in well beyond what MERS tells us to get to 100% in 10 years. In fact, we only need to put in 2.8 and we're putting in 4.7. So we're putting in a 1.9 million more than that's required by MERS. And you say, well, we have the millage. Yeah, the millage is only 1.5 million. That means we're putting another $400,000 of general fund money with the millage money to put that $1.9 million on top of the ARC. Downtown Okemos, let's switch to some projects. Downtown Okemos, we hope to have the buildings down by December 15th of 20. That's a goal. We're talking with the developers and we hope to make that happen. Pine Village, exciting project in front of you this evening for the Brownfield plan. Our roads, we've done extremely well this year, and I credit Mr. Deputy Manager Perry for leading that cause. Budgeted local road. We made another promise, didn't we, in 2017 with a road millage, and we said, we're not going to reduce our own contribution if we get this extra dollars. And here's the facts. Last year was 3.922. We didn't say we were going to increase it, but we said we weren't going to reduce it, if you recall. This year's contribution, 3.952. We're putting in $30,000 more into roads than we did last year. We're keeping our promise. And here just shows you the amount of the 3.5 million that goes into reconstruction and the 457 into preventative maintenance. What's our tax base? Where are we heading as our tax base, as our community? 2019, it was $1.819 billion. This year it's increased 2020 to $1,872,000. Communications, how's the reorganization gone? It's gone smooth. Remember, our budget was $680,000 just a year ago, and we reduced that down to $355,000. Our core services of website marketing, media, and I give a lot of credit to Miss Guthrie, who's done a great job helping us on the handoff. And Brandy Yates and Andrea Smiley and Sam, they're just doing a great job of continuing our communication efforts, and I really appreciate that. Parks and Rec, we have great leadership in the Parks Department, and this is just a sample of some of the projects. Director Maisner and her team, and Jane and Mike and Emma and Robin, and the work that they've done over the last year. It's incredible. If you go to the Harris Nature Center or the marketplace, I know citizen Joyce Vancouvering just got back in town today and texted me and said, I hadn't seen the marketplace. It's phenomenal. Copper roof, love it. Yeah, people are really this is gonna be the gem of the township. I applaud all their efforts. The police department. We've got great leadership in our police department. It's a struggle recruiting right now. But again, we're doing everything we can to try to recruit and keep the police department to where it needs to be. We're budgeting for 41 officers. I would tell you though, if you look at your budgets and if you have them in front of you on page 122 of your budget, you'll see a number in there of 240,000 on the revenue side. I just want you to be familiar with where some of the numbers are in the budget. And that 240,000 revenue number on page 122 on the far right-hand column, that's the $240,000 contract we have with our good neighbors, Williamstown Township. That's where the revenue is. And then of course, we're committed to 2 new radar signs, increasing our diversity. Chief Plaga and his team have done a wonderful job with diversity, and really, really thankful for the leadership we have. And I commend Chief Plaga on his 25 years of service. The fire department. Again, if you look at page 131 of your budget, you'll see an equipment line under the fire department. It's the last line under the fire department. Page 131, fire department budget. You'll see 30 money in there for equipment. I think there's 40, I don't have it in front of me, but if I recall, there's $45,000 budgeted. 35 of that is the siren, and that's your 10th siren that will go up. And if you look at page 163 of your budget, you'll see a motor pool budget of $1.7 million. And that's where the $1 million will come out of for the new ladder truck. Again, page 163, $1,709,000. $1 million of that is the new ladder truck. Moving over to motor pool vehicles, since you're on that page. Here is the breakdown of the motor pool. And it's a very ironic, it's really interesting tonight when I was hearing Mr. Volby so eloquently talk about Mr. VEENSTRA. I worked with Mr. VEENSTRA from 2013 to 2016. And the last time we got involved in buying a sewer vac truck, which is on the agenda tonight, which I find very interesting. It was after the meeting, and Mr. VEENSTRA came up to me and said, why are we paying over time on this sewer vac truck? Could you run the numbers and see, because the interest cost is $31,000. Could we possibly pay cash and save that? And I went back and I talked to the leadership at that time, and he was right. We had just enough. We had about $20,000 left over in the budget to pay cash for it. And it was Mr. VEENSTRA who led the cause that year to pay for the last time we bought a sewer vac truck, and we paid cash for it. He'd be happy to know tonight we're paying cash again. These are some of the other items, the tool cart, a new mower, and police vehicles, and the ladder truck. $1.7 million. It's a big ticket item this year. The motor pool's never been that high since I've been here. Moving over to the motor pool revenue page, the red line indicates expenses for this year. You can see the 1.7 million. The purple line delineates our fund balance. And as you can see, even though we're purchasing $1.7 million, we're still going to have a fund balance of 725, which of course, Director Madison will tell you, puts us in really good shape. If you take a look at the past years of where we've been, so we're financially strong on the motor pool side, and people wonder, how does the motor pool get their revenue? If you go to the budget, you look at any general fund, you'll see a line item that says equipment rental. And equipment rental is money that each department pays into the motor pool fund for future purchases of vehicles. So that's how the motor pool is funded. General fund capital projects. This year we'll be doing $100,000. 2021. We have budgeted $100,000 for solar, some LED lighting. Again, it's just ironic we're having these conversations tonight. It brings back a lot of good memories. Exterior doors, a new roof for Anokomis, and the drinking fountain upgrades inside the building. Whereas water and sewer fund, utility funds, where are they budgeted to be at December 31 of 21? As you can see, the water fund will be at 3.2 million and be a little higher than it was in 2019, lower than it was in 2020. And the sewer fund will be higher than it's been in the last couple of years. Big projects coming up. In the Lake Lansing area, we're going to be doing $500,000 worth of sewer work, and we'll be doing others, so $190,000 to the north water tower, which is over Saginaw and Newton. So almost quite a bit. If you look, $1 million, if you add the two together, $1 million in water and sewer improvements. How are our water rates? Our water rates are in great shape. As you can see, what the proposal is for 2021, the quarterly billing would be $145 for a township resident. That's based on 12,500 gallons a quarter. And as you can see, this is a comparison to our neighbors. We are far, far below, and in some cases, half of what our neighbors charge for water and sewer. What about the promises we made in 2017? It's important to talk about. We can't just make promises to the community and then not come back and talk about them. We said in the police and fire millage, we would budget for 41 officers. That's true. We said we would budget for 32 firefighter paramedics. As you can see in this budget, that's true. We said we'd contribute $1.5 million a year for police and fire pensions. Well, we're actually doing $1.9 million plus. So that's true. We said we'd set aside $250,000 a year, and in 2021, we would buy a $1 million ladder truck to replace our 1998-99 model. That's true. 2019 came along and we said, we're going to make some more promises as it relates to roads. We said we're going to contribute 100% of the local roads millage to fix our roads, no administrative cost. That's also true. And we said we're going to continue funding to preserve our roads at a high rating. And as you can see the results of this year, that's true. We've increased our funding. We did obtain approval from Ingham County to administer our own program this year. And we do provide township staff on site to inspect the roads. Let's talk about staffing. This year's budget has 3 less positions than we had before, 1 in the recreation department. You know, our recreation revenue has been hit really, really hard by COVID. In fact, it's almost down to 0. Tens of thousands of dollars we've lost in revenue. So the decision was made in June to eliminate a recreation specialist position. We eliminated a planning position, when someone left, we didn't fill that position. And in finance, the position of purchasing coordinator, we tried it. It was a $100,000 a year job with benefits. And we figured going forward, we'd have to go back to how we operated the 40 years before that and not have that position. So the total change for this budget going into is 3 less positions. What have we done overall with staffing over the last 2 years? We had 169 positions in 2019 full-time, and we're down to 161. We're spending about $570,000 less on staffing in those 6 positions or 8 positions. How do we recap 2020? We recap it by looking at the marketplace on the green and the large dog park and our success with the roads. We look at what's going on at the Harris Nature Center, and if you haven't stopped out lately, please do. New restroom and pavilion, great additions to the Harris Nature Center. And of course, I'm sure you've seen the new restroom and facilities at the Historical Village. And of course, the solar, it's going to be pretty exciting to add solar onto the marketplace and to the fire station. And then we've got to determine where the money's going to go for solar in 2021. We have a new police canine. Aries has joined us. The HVAC replacements, how many communities are able to make over $2 million worth of improvements to their facilities and pay cash? And we're improving the pad in front of the South Fire Station. The concrete pad is in need of repairs. In summary, Here's the 2020 special appropriation. So here's where, if there's any changes you want to make to the appropriations that we have laid out, here's where they are. 280,000 to local roads. Remember, that's a $30,000 increase over the 3 or 4 years before that. We went from 250 to 280. $130,000 to augment to get our redevelopment fund back to 700,000. 100,000 for solar array, the 450 to pay cash for that sewer vac. And also the contribution to the township pension fund at 146. And you're going to look at the budget and say, wow, that's down from years before. That's right. Because we've been paying so much extra over the last 5 to 6 years, our ARC, our required contribution, has gone down significantly. And this year, since we're about 90% funded, we're not contributing excess funds like we have before. We're paying the required contribution, but we're not paying additional. I shared with you that we're paying $1.9 million in additional funding to MERS above the $2.8 million required contribution. And then some smaller amounts to the historical village, Meals on Wheels, the community van, and a new mower. The $30,000 for drinking fountain upgrades, the Chinese New Year's, the flags, the emergency warning sign that we talked about earlier, the contribution to OPEB, and you're going to say, geez, that was $450,000 before. It was. But by paying additional funds into the retiree healthcare, we now have that fund, which used to be, but when this board started, or slightly before this board started, remember the retiree healthcare was at 60-some% funded, and now it's 90. And it's gotten to 90 because we've been putting extra money into the retiree healthcare. Now we just have to pay the ARC, the $207,000 per year. $70,000 for IT to improve our storage area networks, 3 police interceptors, LED lighting improvements, the ladder truck, the 4th payment, replacing the Nokomis roof, and there's $11,000 for 2 new radar signs. Where does that put us? We've gone through the entire general fund. I've hit on some other enterprise funds, and also talked about the total budget in totality of $52 million. But the general fund, which is $22 or $23 million, here's our fund balance. It's expected December 31 of 2020, December 31 of 2021. Where will we be 15 months from now? And after all the spending that I just went over and the allocations to different areas and the special projects, we expect a fund balance of 7.7 million. Now, right now, I can tell you today that I expect that to be over 8 million. And due to the fact that we heard today, if what we heard from the Michigan Townships Association and the legislature is true, we expect our state revenue sharing to be back at $300,000 or $400,000 more than its budget, than is proposed in this budget. Remember, we've taken a very conservative approach in this budget. So you can see our fund balance would be the highest it's been in a number of years, somewhere between 7.8 and 8.1 million dollars. That concludes my report tonight, going over our 2021 budget, what we've done, the success we've had, the challenges we have, and all the different areas that we want to fund and help support in 2021. So thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate it. Before I close, I want to thank all the directors for their assistance in putting the budget together. This report that you just were privy to was help provided by Deputy Manager Perry and Michelle Prince, my assistant. And I want to thank Director Madison for her assistance in working with the directors and putting the budget together. It was a real team effort, and we are in great, great financial shape.
Thank you very much. We'll hold questions, et cetera, because this is going to be on the agenda further down for discussion and also for a public hearing, I believe. Yes, public hearing. So we will now move on to our next item, which is citizens addressing agenda and non-agenda items. This is the point at which the public can come forth and give their views on matters. You have 3 minutes. You start out with your name and address. You keep it civil and hopefully keep it to our topics. And we then will hear what you have to say. We do not dialogue or go back and forth with speakers at that time. We may choose to do something later on in the meeting or say something about something that was pointed out by one of the speakers, but we do not have a time at the time of the public comment. So with that, Mr. Geeves, do we have some public commentators?
I do not see any hands raised right now. Remember, you can use that feature, and now we have a hand raised. I'm seeing Champion Woods CA. We're going to allow them to speak, and I will give out the telephone number as we're going right here: 517-349-1222. And Champion Woods, please remember you have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Hear you perfectly. Your name and address for the record, please.
Great. My name is Dan McCall. I live at 4137 Benham Way in Okemos in the Champion Woods subdivision. I'm here representing our Property Owners Association. I'm the president of that. I'm talking about the Silverleaf development. Forgive me, I don't have the agenda in front of me to know the number, but I believe it's on tonight's agenda. There seem to be two lingering issues, which, as it turns out, are related, that concerns that neighbors have brought to our board. And explaining them both requires a little bit of background. First of all, the water in Champion Woods, all the water in Champion Woods drains. Is there a problem? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. All of the water in Champion Woods drains to the northwest between Champion Woods and the woods of Heron Creek. Water on the south side of Champion Woods drains under Sophia in two different locations, and all the water heads toward Heron Creek, which is over by the land preserve, goes along the golf course. The problem with the standing water that was brought up to the Planning Commission and your board last year during the rezoning is that the drainage path seems to all be getting blocked at the path or road that runs from the end of Sophia in Champion Woods up to the end of the woods of Heron Creek and ultimately to the land preserve. That emergency path or road has a culvert under it, which is where the water is supposed to go, but that culvert doesn't seem to be working effectively. It seems that both the road and the culvert were built by Craig Sturck's company when he first developed the woods of Heron Creek in the 1980s. That road was the emergency exit for that development and extended south about 2/3 of a mile all the way to Bennett Road. When Champion Woods was built in 2008, it too needed an emergency road, and rather than maintaining a road all the way to Bennett Road, the two neighborhoods used each other as emergency exits. At that time, an agreement was made between the developer of Champion Woods and Craig Sturck's company that Champion Woods would take over responsibility for that now smaller stretch of emergency road between the two neighborhoods. Champion Woods residents never knew we were responsible for that emergency road until late in the rezoning process last year. And the plan has been for the township to take over responsibility for it once the 20 acres is donated to the township, which my understanding is will happen as soon as the development breaks ground. So the question is, who is responsible for fixing the land dam caused
Half a minute.
Sorry?
Half a minute.
Okay. Caused by the land dam. The land dam, which is caused by the emergency road, which, although it was built in the 1980s, wasn't a problem until all the water from Champion Woods was directed at the same spot. So should Champion Woods residents pay for it because we're now responsible for that emergency road or path? Should residents of all the impacted neighborhoods pay for it, maybe through some kind of drain assessment? Should the LLC developing Silverleaf, one of whom is Craig Sturck's company, pay for it? Should the township or drain commission pay for it since they approved this insufficient drainage plan? I'm really not sure, but I just wanted to bring it to the attention that those two are related.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, sir. We have Larry and Kathy McCurdy are next. Please remember to state your name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. I'm Larry McCurdy at 2710 Sophia Parkway in Champion Woods. Kathy, my wife, is with me here. We became concerned about this drainage issue again when I believe it was in the August 24th meeting that the lawyer representing Mayberry stated that the Silverleaf development would not impede drainage from the adjacent neighborhoods, but saying nothing about in terms of working with the Drain Commission and township to solve the existing issues that we have here in Champion Woods. We both felt uneasy with that and communicated with Frank Walsh. Since then, Frank, with the help of Peter, are attempting to set up a Zoom meeting involving the township, the developer, the neighborhoods involved, and the Drain Commission. We are looking forward to that discussion. I made the Drain Commission aware of this issue as early as 2013 or 2014. The representative that came out to look at this stated that water was expected to be in this area as it was wetlands. However, at the time that he was visiting, there was only standing water within the area adjacent to the Heron Creek that was in back of Mr. Mears' home. The gentleman stated that this was expected. I questioned that, and Mr. Meir has questioned that several times in some of the previous meetings. In more recent years, we have had close to 2 feet of standing water, not receding for as much as 6 months. I have exhibited pictures in past showing this standing water. This is not what should be happening. The 6-inch tile that replaced the natural flow by Mr. Sturck is obviously set too high and way too small. That, as Dan just said, was filled in to create that second egress from his development in Heron Creek, which was required obviously by the township. Kathy and I believe that all of this drainage issue should be resolved before final approval is given for this PUD.
Half a minute.
I believe that this had been accomplished with the mediation agreement. I'd like to thank the board and everyone involved with your service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Do we have another one, Mr. Geebies, who wants to speak?
Joe Pavono will be next.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, Supervisor Stika and trustees. I'm Joe Pavona and reside at 4726 Arapahoe Trail. I also serve as the president of the Indian Lakes Estates Homeowners Association. My comments are concerning agenda item 12B, the NDEF project. Over the past several months, the Indian Lakes Estates Homeowners Association and its members have been consistently and regularly sharing their concerns at each level of our governmental process without opposing the NDEV Senior Center project. In fact, our concerns are so well known, I don't even feel the need to repeat them. Conversely, everyone also knows those items we have accomplished together. Further, we respect the right of the landowners to do as they will within local laws and ordinances. We respect the right of the developer to do the same. We respect the right of our elected officials to work on behalf of all residents and exercise their own judgment in doing so. And finally, we respect the opinions of each and every Indian Lakes Estates homeowner. However, I must also express our disappointment that more was not accomplished together. After the August 6th Township Board meeting, it appeared that could be possible. It looked like we might be able to have an exceptional senior living community while providing greater protection for our environment and start down a track to begin addressing long-standing water problems and look to the future of a post-COVID world and the impending effects of climate change. These are all real issues and not pie-in-the-sky thinking. Although small in nature, these items would have at least signaled a start. We would have set an example on how to buck the status quo. But we are where we are today, which appears we are headed to the playoffs and not to the World Series. Like many of you, I always remember the one that got away. Inversely, I do not want to underestimate the progress we have made. This board, developer, and landowner have demonstrated a proclivity to working with our neighborhood that far exceeds our experiences of past eras. For that reason, the Indian Lakes Estates Homeowners Association and its board of directors do not oppose the Andev Senior Center development and will remain at the table in a cooperative spirit as we continue to work on the important details that come with the final site plan development, least of which is the surface water management plan. Mr. Samuels and the Andev group have given us their word that they will work cooperatively on the many outstanding items such as landscape barriers, lighting, operational equipment noise, construction work times, and any other related items, and exceeding ordinance requirements where it may be desirable. Finally, I want to acknowledge the Indian Lakes Estates homeowners. They have been engaged and responsive.
Thank you, Mr. Pavona.
Is that it? Am my time up, Mr. Supervisor?
Yes, sir. Mr. Pavona will be followed by Jake Casey.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. We have to move on.
Is it my turn?
Affirmative, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Jan Casey, 2677 LaForest Circle, Okemos in the Champion Woods neighborhood. Thank you to this board for providing me the opportunity to speak tonight. Right now I'm referring to the conditions for rezoning for the Silverleaf neighborhood signed by Mayberry President Robert Schroeder and received by Meridian Township on September 19th, 2019. In that document, it is written, and I quote, "The storm drainage will be designed to avoid impact on Champion Woods and Woods of Heron Creek. Mayberry Homes will cooperate with the resolution of the existing drainage issues with Champion Woods and Woods of Heron Creek." A little repetitive, but that's okay. It is my recollection that the drainage issue would be addressed by the Ingham County Drain Commissioner, whether or not the Silverleaf rezoning were approved, and thus whether or not the Silverleaf PUD ever came to fruition. The agreement for Mayberry Homes to, quote, "cooperate with the resolution of the existing drain issues" doesn't make sense unless the issues have been resolved prior to the start of construction. I would ask that they be resolved prior to the approval or as part of the development of the Silverleaf PUD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, or do we have one?
Katie McPherson will
Mr.
be the
Hughes?
next speaker, please. Katie McPherson, you're up.
Do we have another speaker?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is Katie McPherson. I'm at 4715 Mohican Lane. I would like to comment on today's agenda item 12B for the Andev group. First and foremost, I would like to thank the board and the township manager for taking the time to facilitate a conversation between the Ide family, Andev, and our Indian Lakes Estates representation. I greatly appreciate the lengths that you as a board have taken to envision the entirety of this project, considering it with a holistic approach and the creative solutions made during the facilitated conversation to move forward with Andev while still preserving green space. I would like to note that my email in tonight's communication packet was sent to you prior to the last meeting. After hearing the report back from the facilitated conversation, I support the outcomes of the negotiation and the action by the Indian Lakes Estates HOA board. I would like to take this time to remind the board that there is still a lot of work to do beyond this project. I recognize that there is a plan in place for water, but it is very important that the board remembers our concerns long-term about rising water levels. I support the development, and I'm not asking Andev to take responsibility for existing water problems, but it will be a great goal for the township and Indian Lakes Estates to work together in a cooperative spirit to solve existing water problems and keep a close eye on water levels so that we as a township can protect our trees, wildlife, and homes from further damage. Thank you again for your time, thorough consideration, and support as we navigate this project. It means a lot to me that we have elected officials that truly care and listen to what residents have to say. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Ms. McPherson. Do we have another speaker?
That is the last of our speakers. We have no more raised hands. We have no telephone calls, sir.
Interesting.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to the Township Manager's report. And I believe as part of that report, I would be hoping that Mr. Walsh will give us his report on the facilitation that we asked him to do that was referred to by a couple of the speakers.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Walsh?
Thank you very much, Mr. Supervisor and Board. My only topic for my report is going to be an update on the facilitation. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Klaus to speak and Mr. Pavona to speak as well, since we were the three primary participants in the facilitation. I want to thank both gentlemen. Joe and Mark were extremely easy to work with. Joe and I had some disagreements along the way in a very professional and courteous way, and we built a lot of trust through the process. The first step that took place was walking the property. I wanted to get out and get a feel for the acreage and what we were talking about, and really learn and listen. And we actually met a couple of the residents out on the site. Mr. Perry and Mr. Kieselbach attended with me. Following that, a week later, we facilitated a lunch meeting on September 8th. And that included, again, a couple of residents from the neighborhood, and Mr. Kieselbach, Mr. Perry, and others attended that as well. We did not involve our legal counsel throughout the process. The outcome, and I want to reiterate before I get to the outcome and turn it over to Mr. Klaus, the cooperation that was there, but I think it was Ms. McPherson and Mr. Pavona that said it, we're not done. We have a lot of work to do. We have, through the site plan, we have issues like construction hours, dust control, lighting, dumpster location, berm, trees, water. There's a lot of issues to work through, and the township's committed very much to sit down and be a player in that and help facilitate those discussions. Not on the northern parcel, but if we have an ANDA project, to work with them on that. So what came out? What's the facilitation? What are the results? Number one is the stub street that's out there. There will be no vehicular access. It will be closed off permanently and without question. And second, what there will be was the request to have a 100-foot buffer along the homes on the eastern portion of this 16.5-acre site. So if you're in the homes and you walk west, that was actually requested at 100 feet, and we actually came back with a 105-foot buffer. So really, if you want to see where that would be, you would take a look at the and I'll show you here in a minute. We'll share the screen and kind of show you this in a layout. Mr. Perry will share the screen, but the 105-foot buffer that was included as proposed along the NDEM project would continue all the way up along the property, and you can see it here delineated in the red. It would go all the way up and connect with a 5.5-acre, which is a floodplain, wetland, and conservation easement. The owners of the property, the George F. Ide family, have agreed that the 5.5 acres there would join into a conservation easement. There's a lot of details still to work out. This has not been memorialized, but there's been some verbal discussions, and I trust both of the partners in this discussion. The big thing is the real impact is this 105-foot buffer that runs along the eastern side of the property. We'll also allow the western side. If you look at the service road that's highlighted there in the large circle in the gray, that will be allowed to be ingress and egress for the future development. Should a future development occur here, we will allow that access. So really what we have is the potential for pathways and up along the northern portion of this property to potentially be built, but nothing will be constructed without consulting with the owners of the property, the George F. Ide family, and the homeowners and the township. The three of us will work together. Obviously, it'd be the township funding it, so we'll have a large say in when and if that can occur. But we're looking at green space all up in the north, connecting some kind of pathways to a potential bridge over the Red Cedar River. So all of those things, no vehicular access, and maybe Mr. Perry, you could point down to where the stub street is there, down at the bottom of the 100-foot easement, at the very end of the red there. Yeah, right there is the stub street. There's an official name for it. Tape is, I forget the name of it, but Mr. Pavona will share that with you. But that is closed off permanently for any vehicular access. There could be pedestrian access potentially if a pathway runs across there and then out to the property. We'll talk about that in the coming months. But one thing we've also agreed to is that at that 105-foot strip, the township's not going to support pathways and development, concrete, blacktop of any kind. That's really going to be a buffer for the neighbors. 105 foot, they deserve that buffer up there with the development that has gone on and will occur. So again, in summation, 105-foot buffer, the 5.5 acres of wetland floodplain will be all put together in a conservation easement. The 105-foot buffer will be a conservation easement, no vehicular access. The company will be able to use the road on the west side for ingress and egress. And that really summarizes the discussions and all the actions that are the outcomes of 2 weeks of discussions. And again, I want to compliment both gentlemen and everyone involved. We had some really fruitful discussions. So with that, I would turn it over to Mr. Klaus and ask him to give his summation of the discussions.
Mark?
I think I'm there. Steve, am I on?
You're loud.
Yes, you are.
Ron, excuse me, Ron, point of order. Ron?
Mr. Dreyfus?
Yeah, this should really be under the actual discussion because the
I'm
manager.
having a little trouble with my audio. I don't know.
It really.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
Yeah, because really under action item, we really have this discussion. Under the manager's report is the manager usually summarizing things. We don't get into a complete issue with other people talking under the manager's report. We really should have this under the actual item because citizens may be tuning in to hear just that particular portion of it. So that's why we have an agenda set up to do that.
I appreciate the point of order. However, I'm not going, I disagree with it. And as chair of the meeting, I'm going to allow this to continue. The manager is giving his report.
Of course.
He's going to give his report of what happened. And as part of that, he needs to call on these individuals. Go ahead, Mr. Klaus.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Frank, my thanks to you for organizing it and doing so in a manner in which I think was very fruitful and professional. Joe, it's always a pleasure to work with you, and again through this process. I think Frank has done an excellent job of outlining the discussions. At the end of the day, we are desirous of working with the township as being a large landowner within Meridian Township, but also to be a good neighbor. And the process that we went through, I think, assisted in showing that to the homeowners association and hopefully to the township as well. At the end of the day, we have a parcel of land that will be utilized and maintained in the conservation easement, as Frank indicated. It expands what is currently within a conservation easement. It allows the township to work cooperatively with the residents of the township for trails. The property is currently being used for that purpose, and I think Frank probably witnessed that even more so than I have. He's had the opportunity to be on their property more recently than I have. We acknowledge the need for that secondary access, and I think I just want to clear up one thing, that the access point that Frank referred to from the end of the cul-de-sac is not intended to be a primary access point. It is not intended to be one to be used for anything other than emergency vehicles. And so the primary access point will be the Hannah Boulevard that will continue beyond that of the MAC, beyond the ice arena, beyond the lodges, and then cul-de-sac as it's shown on the plan for Andev. And then the emergency path, if you will, or emergency drive that will go through the original Hannah Lofts property. So we think that is an important part of the discussion that we've had. We think providing the 105-foot buffer so that Joe and his neighbors, his homeowners association, and all the residents there in Indian Lakes feel assured that whatever happens to the north of the senior housing project will be protected, and they can move on, hopefully, and take this part of the worries that they've had over the years off their list of concerns. Frank, again, thank you for organizing the meeting. I know I was a little bit difficult perhaps in the start of it, but I think at the end of it, it worked out well. Joe, as always, it's a pleasure to work with you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd ask, and just before Mr. Pavona starts, I just want to clarify one thing with the board. The reason this is a separate discussion is because this is about a facilitation on the northern end of the property. It is not tied to the NDEV project. It is a separate discussion, and according to our council, should remain separate and not tied to the development. Mr. Pavona? Stephen, do you see Mr. Pavona on at all?
He's being promoted right now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Joe. I think you're muted right now.
Joe, you're muted if you can hear me.
How about now?
Now you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. I guess I'd like to, reaffirm the respectful comments from Mark Klaus and from Frank. Certainly that is mutual, and appreciate the opportunity that the board provided all of us, I think, to sit together in the same room, although I'll say that we had to brave it. We were outside. It was an out of doors meeting, and I think it was 56 degrees that day and the wind was blowing, but everyone was in good spirits. So also appreciate, I think, the consciousness in terms of the current virus situation. I do want to thank our legal counsel, Kevin Rorgan, and Indian Lakes Estates homeowner, Professor Dave Skoll, for joining me in representing Indian Lakes Estates. Dr. Skoll had given generously of his time in advising our neighborhood. His scientific knowledge and advice has been invaluable to us as we've, worked our way through this process. I think in terms of the negotiations, the Indian Lakes Estates Homeowners Association and its board of directors concur with the outcomes, and as mentioned in my earlier remarks, remain unopposed to the NDEV Senior Center project. However, I think as both Frank and Mark referred to, there's still much work to be accomplished in working out the details, relating to the negotiation outcomes, particularly as it relates to the potential of trails and the closure or abandonment of Tonopah Trail. Frank, it's Tonopah. And Mr. Walsh, the township manager, has given us his word that he will not rest until final details have been adequately addressed. And he's asked me to hold him to that publicly, so I'm doing that, Frank. And as I also mentioned earlier, Mark Klaus and the Ide Company have demonstrated a willingness to engage in these discussions that have provided a level of encouragement that we can finalize our agreement, especially I think their readiness to assist all parties in ensuring that Tonopah Trail, Stubb Street, will be permanently closed to all vehicular traffic in perpetuity. I think Frank and the township should also be recognized for their willingness to also accomplish this. As all parties know, this has been a priority of Indian Lakes Estates since day one, and working out these details and others are critical. So with that, we will continue to be engaged at each step of the way, and expect that we'll have an acceptable conclusion to all of this. And once again, my appreciation for the opportunity provided by the board and the courtesy extended by both Mr. Klaus and Mr. Walsh. Thank you.
Thank you. The only other thing I have, Mr. Supervisor, for my report is just to update the board that there have been some comments tonight about the Champion Woods and Silverleaf and drainage. And I completely understand the issues that were raised, and we're working on them, and we will continue to work on them with the drain office, and we'll keep you posted as we go along. That concludes my report. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Klaus and Mr. Pavona as well for adding to your report on your facilitation that was conducted at the request of this board. We're now moving on to item 8 of our agenda, which is actually approval of the agenda. And I'm going to ask that we approve the agenda with the site switch
It's
of
board member
12A and
comment.
12B so that we deal with the NDEV group project 20021 before we deal with the code.
Supervisor Stika?
I'm sorry, was that a motion?
No,
I'm having
Supervisor
trouble
Stika.
with my, yes.
We skipped over item 7, board member reports.
Oh, you're all right. We did. Thank you very much. All right, then let's go back. Who has a report? These are reports of activities or meetings attended. I guess we could skip it. All right, we now need the motion
No, I have a report.
to approve the agenda. Again, for some reason, I'm not seeing, maybe I'm having trouble with my internet connection. I don't know.
I have comments to make, public comments. I mean, board member comments, excuse me. I attended
On my
the,
screen, okay, on my screen, you're frozen. I can hardly hear you, but go ahead.
can anybody else hear me?
It's probably mine.
Okay. So we, my deputy clerk and myself had done some precinct site visits. We're looking at precinct layouts because we're doing a couple of co-located precincts as well as to deal with COVID precautions. Different facilities have different requirements and layouts, so it's not one size fits all. So we've been making some of those visits. We are reviewing ballot proofs came in, and we have an election commission meeting set up on Thursday to basically approve them. We review them and they all look in order. Have a news flash that came in today. It turns out the Bureau of Elections provided us our MOVE ballots. That's the electronic military and overseas voter ballots that are sent globally in advance of the 40-day deadline. We email ballots out and then they have to be mailed back. This afternoon, we received some complaints from voters from around the world that the ballot provided by the state of Michigan was incorrect. The vice presidential candidate was listed incorrectly. And unfortunately now ballots from Meridian Township and around the entire state of Michigan have been sent around the world with an incorrect ballot. And so now those ballots are all going to have to be basically invalidated, and we have to send out new ballots to any overseas voter that received that incorrect ballot. It's kind of shocking to see a mistake where the vice presidential candidate is somebody that never even heard of before, somebody's name that's completely off the radar. And it's hard to imagine how a mistake like that can be made on the ballot that went across the state. So anyway, you might be seeing that on the news tonight. Next, we're working on election inspectors. We have obviously, as you've heard, this is an ongoing issue. This particular year, because of the nature of the election we're having, we have a great deal of interest in election inspectors. So we have a large number of people that have been contacting us through the summer. We also have the state of Michigan. Secretary of State has a what's called a democracy, MVP democracy program, where they're actually having people sign up who are interested in being election inspectors. And then we get access to that list based on our jurisdiction. And we have a number of people signed up on that as well. So that's really good news, because normally I come here asking board members to see if they knew, to pass along the word, and that doesn't seem necessary at this time. Finally, the AV Counting Board, I mentioned at the last board meeting about how we were different possibilities of what we can do. After discussing the matter further, there's an opportunity to join the Ingham County Absentee Counting Board that they're going to be setting up for the first time. And after discussing it internally and with others and having some conversations with the county clerk's office again, I decided that we would move forward, join the Ingham County AV Counting Board. The trade-off is that we have to deliver ballots throughout the day. There's been, an offer made that we can use some staff here within the municipal building if we need to. And so that will be the major trade-off is that, as well as having individual precincts count ballots in the precinct location, which has its own complexities and some challenges. But we are moving and we are going to join, and I sent them the official notice, and we're waiting to get their county attorney is drafting the language for an agreement, which I will sign. And it's on the agenda. It's on the agenda for the consent agenda, approval to opt into Ingham County Absent Voter Counting Board as item 9D in our consent agenda.
Members, any reports? Treasurer?
Thank you, Supervisor Stajka. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Bowlby for his efforts to make the contribution to the new marketplace in the green and to memorialize the efforts of the late John VEENSTRA. Recently, I participated on September 10th in the Lansing Economic Club webinar on local government response to COVID-19. It was led by the Michigan Townships Association. On the 9th, I met with this tree subcommittee of the Environmental Commission to plan for our fall tree planting, which is now set for October 3rd. There'll be about 50 good-sized trees planted thanks to the funding of this township board towards the Environmental Commission. Got good news. Yesterday was our summer tax due date, and as of the 5 p.m. deadline, 94.5% of summer taxes were collected. This is only 0.5% off of last year's collection. And the COVID-19 pandemic to only be 0.5% off is really good news. Doesn't mean we're out of the woods on tax collection, it just means the first taxes due this time, we didn't see a fall off. So good news for our revenue for the coming year. And lastly, I want to applaud Clerk Dreyfus for his decision to join the AV Counting Board. It was his decision. This takes a great deal of pressure off him and our clerk's office and the entire township staff for this upcoming very important November 3rd election. All eyes are going to be on all of clerks throughout the country. We want to work together as a team with the entire county, and moving our county board to the counties is a very good move. That's my report.
Thank you. Other board members, reports? Yes, Trustee Wazinski.
Good evening. Just two minor reports. First one is Trustee Jackson and I worked with Manager Walsh and all of our directors to meet regarding our diversity, equity, and inclusion plan moving forward. Got a lot of great input. So much input that we'll have a follow-up meeting to get some additional input from those we haven't heard from, so we can move forward with that. That was last Friday on September 11th. Also, just to announce, we do have our regional electronics recycling event coming up very soon on September 22nd to 2 at Chippewa Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you. Other board members? I don't see any other hands. Okay, I guess not. Am I right? Okay. So now we go on to the agenda with the proposed changes of switching 12A and 12B around.
I will move to approve the agenda as recommended by Supervisor Stajka.
Support.
Moved by Absamer, supported by DeShane. Any discussion? Any need to remove anything or alter anything? Is that a hand, Ms. Wazinski?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Then let's have a vote, Mr. Dreyfus.
You're on mute.
Treasurer DeShane. You're on mute. Mute's going around. Treasurer DeShane.
Yes. Suffering from mutitis.
Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
trustee Sunland,
Yes.
trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
supervisor Stika,
Yes.
clerk Dreyfus votes yes. Agenda approved 7-0.
Okay, next is the consent agenda. We have 4 item categories. The first are receipt of communications. The next is the minutes of September 1, 2020 virtual regular meeting. The third is the bills. And the fourth is approval to opt in to the Ingham County Absent Voter County Board, which we heard about recently from Mr. Dreyfus. Mr. DeShane,
I move to approve the
I
consent.
assume you made the motion. Is it seconded? Mr.
Yes, support.
All right, then let's take a vote on that.
Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
trustee Sunland,
Yes.
clerk Dreyfus votes yes. Supervisor Stika,
Votes yes.
motion passes 7-0. Consent agenda approved.
For some reason, I'm having an unstable connection, even though it's the same place I always am and never have an issue. So I don't know whether it's having to do with my provider or what. So occasionally you're freezing up on me, not just collectively, all of you, and or I don't hear you for a moment. So if things seem jerky or herky-jerky by me, that's why. Okay, no questions for the attorney. We now move on to our hearing. So we have 3 public today. The first one is on the Pine Village Brownfield Plan, and we'll have a brief presentation, and then we'll open the hearing.
Hey, good evening, everybody. My name is Peter Menser. I'm the principal planner here at the Township in the Department of Community Planning and Development. So thanks for the opportunity to speak with you all tonight for the public hearing for the Pine Village Brownfield Plan. In your meeting packet tonight, you'll see a lot of things. There's a staff memo from myself, the Brownfield Plan, and then a review from our consultant for this project, SME. So as you know, I'll just run this down real quick because I know we've got a long agenda. The township has 7 pairs of eyes, experts reviewing these plans before they get to the township board, in addition to township staff and consulting team. So the BRA includes members with expertise in finance, engineering, law, and reps from Township's Environmental Commission, Planning Commission, Economic Development Corporation, along with our township manager. So there's lots of experienced people reviewing these plans before they get this far. So at August 20th, the BRA did review the Brownfield Plan for Pine Village and recommended approval. Tonight is going to be a little bit different. So this project was so recently at the board, I don't feel the need to review it here. It's the redevelopment of the property at the southwest corner of Hazlitt and Marsh Roads. That's the Hazlitt portion of the Hazlitt Village Square Shopping Center. I think I'm going to, Stephen, if you could please promote Dave Van Haren from Tritera and Brett Stunts
I'm working
to
on
be
it.
with us. What was that?
I'm working on it.
Thank you. So I think we'll jump right to Dave Van Haren. He has been the township's brownfield consultant so far in tonight and for this project. He is going to be representing or is representing the applicant in this case. So township has engaged with SME, and you'll see Brett Stunts is on the call tonight to provide or answer any questions the board may have. And you'll see there's a letter in the meeting packet from Brett regarding the eligibility of this project. So without further ado, Dave is going to speak on behalf of the Pine Village Brownfield Plan. Then we do have Brett to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Joining me as well, I have Jeff Buck on behalf of the applicant, if you can promote him as well. And then I have Ruthie Doring with Tritera, the project manager for the project, if you could promote her as well. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I've got a brief presentation.
I do want to note for our members of the board, the presentation that Dave's going to be reviewing right now is also in your packet, so you can follow along or see it for more detail if you need to.
Hey, can you see my screen?
You do not see your screen at this time, sir.
Not yet.
You should be able to see my screen.
Not yet, sir.
Oh, there it goes, Dave.
Okay, thank you and good evening. Thank you for your time. And again, my name is Dave Van Haren. I'm with Tri-Terra. We're here to present the brownfield plan for the Pine Village of Meridian project. The project is located at 1673 Hazlitt Road. It does include 3 parcels that are outlined in the figure on your screen right now. The applicant is Hudson Senior Living. And again, we have Jeff Buck on behalf of the applicant here today. The site is eligible for a brownfield plan because the site is contaminated and designated as a facility. And then the 2 remaining parcels are adjacent and contiguous to that eligible parcel. The project is a mixed-use development project, which does include a 23,000 square foot multi-tenant building for senior apartment building, which will be a 132 unit building. That's 4 stories total with 147,000 square feet of building space. In addition to the 132 apartment units, the project also includes 9,000 square feet of leasable space set aside for restaurant, cafe, and other retail establishments. The total investment is $12 million, and we expect to see 55 new full-time equivalent jobs associated with the project. Next, what I'll do is I'll have Jeff talk a little bit about Hudson Senior Living, their experience, and their project.
Hi, you guys know me, Jeff from Hudson Senior Living. I feel like you guys kind of have a gist of the project since we just went through this. The building obviously is 4 stories. It's the retail on the eastern edge of the building. It's 132 units with that retail comprising a little bit over 9,000 square feet. Again, the kind of the amenity space that was part of the MUPUD process is the public art and the Cata stop. We're working to extend that urban pathway. A lot of energy efficiency, covered bike storage, and other things. It's on just over 9.6 acres. And I can answer any other questions too, but let Dave kind of lead this conversation.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, I'll have Ruthie talk about the history of the site and the known environmental impact we have on the parcel.
Hi everyone, Ruthie here. So as far as history of this site, this building was constructed in 1985 and since then has had a multitude of different tenants, commercial tenants. But one that we were specifically concerned about was the dry cleaner operation that was there from at least 1990 to 2001. Dry cleaning operations are known for the use of chlorinated cleaning solvents that can have heavy impact to the subsurface and indoor air conditions, groundwater conditions, and so on. So in order to assess that concern, we installed approximately 30 soil gas sampling points inside. On this figure, you can, well, these ones are, I'll talk about soil borings first. This figure here shows where we collected soil samples, which through those we were able to determine there is chlorinated cleaning solvents, in soil on this site. And then we also conducted our soil gas investigation, and that was approximately 30 soil gas pins here within the proposed building footprint, which is the darker bolder dashed line, as well as in the
existing building footprint. And through those, we saw similar contamination, that being the chlorinated cleaning solvents again, which overall indicate there could be potential indoor air issues for the future building.
So if you look at this figure here, the new structure is kind of that horseshoe shape, and the contamination that we identified is located in the soils within that horseshoe shape. However, it is at levels where it creates a concern for volatilization to indoor air. So there's vapors that are being created that could cause a problem for the future building. So the brownfield, which is the impetus for this brownfield plan, which is proposed as a 15-year plan starting in 2022. There will be, over that 15-year duration of that plan, we estimated that there's going to be 5.2 million in new taxes generated as a result of this project. And of the 5.2 million, about 52% or 2.7 million is going to be captured for reimbursement to the developer, and then also for the Brownfield Authority to administer the plan, and then also make deposits into the local Brownfield revolving fund. 48% of the new taxes will be passed through to the taxing authorities, the existing taxing jurisdictions. And this is following the township's policy for pass-through of some of the new taxes. And again, this is a local only plan. So this includes the capture of local taxes only. The state education tax and school operating will be passed through and not captured as part of this plan. So the total reimbursement for the developer is 2.4 million, and then 135,000 or 5% of the annual TIF revenue going towards the brownfield plan administration by the township, and then deposits into the local brownfield revolving fund to use that fund if needed on other projects down the road. So here's a list of the overall eligible activities proposed as part of this plan. In addition to environmental assessment and an asbestos survey, there is asbestos abatement required prior to demolition. We do have demolition activities proposed, that's building and site demolition. And then also the vacant shopping center to the east, which I'll show you that in a figure here, coming up, the extent of demolition proposed as part of this project. So in addition to soils that have to be removed from the site to allow for development, we also have in here what's called a vapor mitigation system to address any potential vapors from the subsurface and protect the future building and occupants of that building. In addition to some engineering controls and soft costs, we do have a contingency in here as part of the plan. It's a 15% contingency, preparation and implementation of the plan. And then as well, we have 2% interest calculated and proposed as part of this brownfield plan. This figure here, the area in red delineates the area for demolition activities. So in addition to the existing subject building that'll be removed for the proposed building, this project also proposes the removal of the vacant shopping center to the east. Overall, the benefit of this plan is summarized here. There's going to be $12 million of investment into this long underutilized building. Asbestos abatement and environmental cleanup will be conducted as part of redevelopment of this building. And then you will see a dramatically improved appearance of the property, new entrances, sidewalks, and parking, and significantly increase the density of the area, providing additional support to nearby retail establishment. And again, about 2.5 million of new taxes that will be generated as part of this project will be passed through to the taxing jurisdictions. With that, that includes our presentation. And again, we thank you for your time. And we're going to stick around until later on in the agenda in case you have any questions.
Mr. Menzer, are we done with your explanation of what this is about?
Yes, for now. We'll have it on the agenda again for discussion in just a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, then we will open the public hearing at 7:31. Are there members of the public that want to come forward and speak to this proposed brownfield plan?
And I'll remind people
Mr.
that there are
Hughes, do
two
we have any
separate ways they
sign
can
of anyone wanting to come
participate.
forward and talk about this?
517-349-1232 is the telephone number, or if they care to raise their hand in the Zoom interface, we can promote them to give them the ability to speak in the meeting. Again, telephone number is 517-349-1232, and of course you can raise your hand. And with that, I'm seeing no hands raised, and I'm not hearing any telephones ringing. I will let you know if that changes.
Okay, we'll wait a few more seconds, and no one steps forward. We will close the hearing. Has anyone stepped forward, Mr. Geeves?
No, sir. No calls, no hands.
All right. Then at 7:32, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you. And now move on to our next public hearing, which is the Plan Unit Development number 20014, Okemos Land Development, Land Investment rather, Silverleaf.
Hi, everybody. Peter Menzer again with the Department of Community Planning and Development to provide a very brief introduction to the Planned Unit Development 20014. This is the project stemming from the rezoning that the board has seen a couple times over the last year or so at the north side of Bennett Road, west of Hewlett Road. So in your packets tonight, you've got a memo from myself and then a lot of application materials and staff memos and plans that the Planning Commission saw regarding this project. So the overall PUD proposal, it's a construction of 150 detached single-family homes on approximately 94 acres. The project zoned RAA, single-family low density. That was the board, I'm sure you all are well aware, the board rezoned the property from R and RAAA to RAA with a series of 7 conditions. Those are all on page 1 of the staff memo, if you want to reference those. So Manager Walsh went over a couple of these related to drainage. So I'm not going to go over all of them now. They're all fresh, I'm sure, in your minds from the rezoning process that just really wrapped up at the beginning of this year. I do want to update you. The Planning Commission has recommended approval at its meetings in August, and the reasons for doing so are cited in the staff memo. And like I said, everything is really, the Planning Commission saw is here with you now. I'm certainly available to answer any questions. I believe the applicant should be on the call. Stephen, we're looking for David Straub and or Bob Schroeder or Robert Schroeder. But this is just for the public hearing for now. I don't know if they have anything to add. But this will be on your agenda again later in the meeting for discussion.
I see Mr. Straub on the screen. Is Mr. Schrader here also or not?
Who was the other one?
I see Straub. Schrader was the other one, right?
Robert Schroeder and David Straub.
Hi, everybody. This is David Straub. I'm going to ask the age-old question everybody asks in a Zoom. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're at this point
Fantastic.
getting ready for the public hearing, having a little explanation of what it's about.
Would you like me to share now or share once we get further in the agenda? I'm sorry.
No, you should share a summary of what we're talking about here. The public
Fantastic. 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 Thank you. Thanks everyone for attending this evening, and we're pleased to meet this this huge milestone. As most of you know, we went through a pretty grueling, long process in the rezoning of this property, and are very pleased with what came out the other end. And that was from a lot of critical input from our neighbors, and culminated in a neighborhood meeting led by Manager Walsh that we had at the end of last year to really nail down the conditions that have led us to where we are today. I'm pleased to announce that we've that with the PUD application that we have in front of you, we've met all of those conditions, and realize that there are still some concerns and sticking points with our neighbor, in particular the drainage issue. And back in July, we did have another neighborhood meeting in preparation for the Planning Commission and ultimately Township Board, again led by Manager Walsh and attended by Drain Commissioner Lindeman. And I think we walked away with from that meeting with the understanding that the condition that our development would cooperate with the Drain Commissioner and cooperate with our neighbors in helping to resolve some of the existing issues and making sure that the development at Silverleaf didn't negatively impact our neighbors, is definitely something that's important to us and something that we're going to stand behind. Again, I'm thankful that we've gotten to this point in the process, and I look forward to the balance of the evening to field any questions or concerns you may have as we get through the agenda.
Any further explanation, Mr. Menser, before I open the public hearing?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, then at 7:37, I'll open the public hearing. And is there anyone who want to comment on the proposed Silverleaf project? Mr. Geebies, do we have anyone coming forward?
If there's anyone who'd like to comment, they can of course raise their hand in the Zoom interface or call into the 517-349-1232 telephone number. And we have no raised hands and no calls. There comes a raised hand. Champion Woods CA, we're going to allow you to talk at this time.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly thank Mr. Straub for.
Oh, you got to tell us your name and address, please.
Sorry. My name is Dan McCole. I'm at 4137 Benham Way. I'm the president of the Champion Woods Property Owners Association. Thanks again for having us on tonight. I just wanted to thank Mr. Straub for his report. One of the points that's been a little nervous to some of our residents is whether the conditions would just keep. Last year when we talked about this, the concern was that the communication to residents was that our existing drainage issues would be resolved as a result of this development, and there was some concern among some residents that maybe that commitment had changed to just not causing further drainage issues. So the fact that the issue seems to be that we'll deal with the existing drainage issues is great news to us. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak in the public hearing?
We have no hands or telephone calls at this time, sir.
All right, then we will end the public hearing at 7:39 and move on to our next agenda item, which is a public hearing on the recommended budget. Mr. Walsh, you want to open, you've already talked about the budget. Do you have anything you want to add before we open the public hearing?
I have nothing else, sir.
Okay. And your finance director, Ms. Madison, is also silent at this time?
I'm good to go.
All right. Then we will open this public hearing at 7:40. This is a chance to talk about the proposed budget for the township. It's required by law that you be given that chance. Please, if you're interested, if you're on here, if you want to call in, do so.
We have no hands or calls at this time, sir.
We will pause a little bit longer. Takes a while sometimes for people to get through. Apparently my cat wants to comment. He just meowed. All right, then we will close the public hearing at 7:41. Thanks, everyone. And we will now move on to our action items, starting with B, the special use permit number 20021, the Andev Group construct a building greater than 25,000 square feet. Mr. Minister, are you starting this or? Okay, we need a motion. I think we've heard about it, so we need a motion. Treasurer DeShane. You're muted.
Thank you.
I have a question.
I move to adopt the resolution approving a special use permit number 20021 to construct a building greater than 25,000 square feet in size on an undeveloped parcel identified as parcel ID 20-401-005 located at the east end of Hannah Boulevard.
Ms. Jackson, do you second?
Support.
Okay. Discussion, Mr. DeShane.
We've had a lot of discussion on this item the past 3 meetings, and so I'm glad to lead off this discussion tonight. First of all, I want to thank the residents of the Indian Lake subdivision and their association, President Joe Pavona, other residents like Katie McPherson, who've all participated in this process, and also thank representatives of AMDEV, Mr. Samuels and Mr. Clark from the IDE company, who sat down after our last meeting at the instruction of this board to come up with an agreement for revisions to this proposal that would make it more palatable and acceptable for the residents, and yet still viable for the developer to continue. I want to thank Mr. Walsh for his extra effort and time he put into this. We hired him as a manager, but he's turned out to be a very skilled mediator for us. And for that, we've moved away from yes, no, one side wins, one side loses on these questions to moving forward with both sides giving a little bit and finding a path forward to that. Looking at the revised proposal in our packet tonight, what I like about this is a few things. One is the reduction by AMDEV of the 35 parking spaces that we asked for. Most importantly to me are the 10 or so you took off the eastern border of it, closest to the Indian Lake subdivision. That adds to that border, and that's why we're at 105 feet. In addition to add to the border, we've also increased the permeable surface areas for this development. I like the fact that the IDE companies have agreed to create a conservation easement with a northern 5.5 acres, a permanent conservation easement there. I like the 105-foot buffer to the east, and I like the fact it connects with the conservation easement. I also like the elimination of any future vehicular traffic through the substreet in Indian Lakes. This has been real important in other developments that we've seen, and residents have spoken, as the residents of Indian Lakes have, that they don't want through traffic. And so we've prevented that. We will eliminate that possibility. I think it's really significant that the Indian Lakes Neighborhood Association is not opposing this project. And what Mr. Pavona spoke of, that they are cognizant of the cooperation of representatives of AMDEV and IDE, and that it, as he put it, it far exceeds what the neighborhood has seen in the past from other developers. And I appreciate Mr. Pavona sharing that with the board, and the fact that he recognizes that both sides are trying here to come up with a project that all parties can live with. I agree with the residents that I've spoken with over the phone or in person and at these meetings, that there are some unknowns in this project that are of concern to all of us. And I think the biggest unknown is the drainage issue. And while we all agree that this project can't fix the existing drainage issues, we sure as heck don't want it making it worse. So we won't tolerate it making it worse. And I'm confident that the drainage issues will be addressed by Drain Commissioner Lindeman and his very able staff. I'm encouraged by the fact that the Neighborhood Association has hired their own environmental engineer that will review the drain project, the drain plan, and make sure it's up to snuff, and will not make the problem worse, and will be more than adequate for this new development. And Mr. Bavona's comments, I think he's right. This is not a home run trip to the World Series. It's not that, but I think it still is worth noting. This is a solid, viable, and valuable project that's far superior to anything that's ever been proposed for this site. This is not student housing. This is what we asked for. This is a senior apartment, senior living here. But more than that, it's high-grade, state-of-the-art life care facility that will offer several hundred of our residents continuing care from independent living retirement all the way to skilled nursing care for the very frail and immobile. In fact, this project may house many of our residents for up to a quarter of their lives, which is the life care, continuing care model. So for these reasons, I intend to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Trustee Jackson?
I believe Treasurer DeShane has covered all of the points that I would include in support of this resolution.
Board members? Clerk Dreyfus?
I'm glad to see that there was some movement made towards protecting some of the northern ecosystem to the north. I'm not going to get into all the details that have been said. It looks like there's clear consensus on how this is going to move forward. My concerns have always been, number one, with the hydrology of the area. Number two, the existing MUPUD, and that things are holistically tied together. So this project is connected to the MUPUD, even if they are two separate projects, because of the land use impact. The land doesn't see the division, the hydrology doesn't see the division, and the animals and the fauna and the flora do not see the divisions that we create. My big concern, again, came up to how we handle this whole northern property and the bigger picture of environmental protection, because we have never once ever gotten involved in a tool called transfer of development rights. I brought this up on other issues in the past, and I've never heard the staff bring it up. I've never heard the board want that brought up in mediation discussions, and there's been no analysis or assessment ever done incorporating the use of transfer of development rights. This is not something that I've come up with on my own. This isn't my own invention. This is state of Michigan law, which developers and communities have used successfully in order to achieve the kind of goals that we're trying to achieve here. But for some reason, this community doesn't want to look at that particular issue. What was said earlier, that we can't talk about the one issue that goes on to the north, that the law firm only says we have to separate out that issue from the ANDEV, doesn't make any sense. That completely doesn't make any sense, because the transfer of development rights specifically deals with two different parcels. It deals with the parcel that's under development proposal that the board or public body's looking at, and transfer of development rights specifically deals with properties that are not affiliated with that particular property. It could be any property anywhere. It could be a property adjacent to it, or it could be a property 6 miles away. So legally, I don't understand it, and I wonder if the law firm has not ever really researched or done transfer of development right agreements, because it doesn't make sense that you have to separate out the two arguments. The very nature of it is to connect one parcel with another undeveloped parcel. That is the intent of it, which is what one of the big discussions point has been all around. So ultimately, we leave a big tool off the table by not using that, because we could have actually potentially gained far more that we wanted to see than just a 5-acre buffer, because we could have used that, and we're allowed to use that as a tool to negotiate the property that's under consideration. That's what a transfer of development rights about. So again, not using it is literally like saying we have an entire toolkit, but we're only going to use the same sledgehammer that we have available or one other tool. So I am glad to see that we got some concessions, small as they may be. The fact is that we had discussions initially about not wanting to have that property get developed at all. We wanted ways of looking at protecting more of that property. So when it comes to how this particular proposal is playing out, I will vote in favor of it because the homeowners association is guardingly and maybe cautiously optimistically moving forward on it. If they had more misgivings, I would vote against it. So as it comes up in some of these types of projects, a number of citizens were really concerned about it. The homeowners association acted as a compromise between some of the residents who are really concerned about it and other residents who wouldn't have been as impacted by it, who are not as close to the project. So the homeowners association does represent the whole association, but there are key members of that association that are affected far more than other members of that homeowners association. So that's an important point to keep in mind as well. So I will support this, but again, it would be nice to see in the future that the board looks at all available options before it when it's negotiating or trying to do a mediation, and not just always rely on what we've done in the past.
Thank you. Ms. Sutherland, you had your hand up?
Yes. Oh, I'm not muted. Okay.
Yes, you're
Yeah,
ready to go.
I appreciate the fact that as time went on, we are developing something that is not student housing, and I thought that was important along the way. I think that the developers and Indian Lakes neighbors both did concessions on negotiations on how this was going to go about. I think our manager Walsh did an excellent job mediating the final proposal. So, and the fact that the IDE company will combine the northernmost 5.5 acres. So I'm willing to support this proposal.
Thank you. Other board members? Mr. Officer, Trustee Officer.
So I also want to thank the residents for bringing their concerns to the township board and expressing them. I want to thank Andev and the IDE family for working with the township and the neighborhood association, and specifically the residents who are adjacent to development and also prospective future development to the north. And I want to thank Manager Walsh for facilitating some of these reconciliations. I'm not going to belabor the point. You know, there are good things here, like the 5.5 acre conservation area plus 105-foot buffer. In total, it's over 6 acres that would be in a conservation district now, and the opportunity that creates for public goods and assets in that northern area, as well as limiting future development and improving the hydrology. There's other things that I would have liked to have seen on the Andev site, such as shrinking the footprint of the building. But all in all, you know, you don't get everything that you want in every outcome. So with that being said, I will support the project, especially in encouragement of all of the parties, Andev and the homeowners and Manager Walsh to keep facilitating the remaining issues as it relates to the Andev site for construction, delivery hours, trash and recycling, and things of that nature, as well as I believe light pollution is becoming a topic of discussion there. So in the spirit of encouraging those talks to continue and to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion on the final site plan, I will be voting yes tonight. Thank you.
Trustee Wazinski.
So we have talked a lot about similar things. I have walked the property myself. I have met with the residents, and I think there's been a lot of discussion, and I think all parties have given respectful back and forth on what can happen. I do think there's some pros here. I think we've come up with some creative solutions. I was not a part of the original PUD, and I wasn't a part of the original potential student housing. So I do think the addition to the conservation easement is certainly, a really impactful constellation, and also to impede that substreet, I know is really important to the residents. There was, there was some more I'd like to have seen with reducing the footprint and reducing the impermeable surface. But I do think that, the 105-foot easement, east buffer area towards the residential, the residents on that end is, I guess, it's more than it needs to be. And so I think that there's a concession there as well. I agree it's not over. I think that we still have a lot of work to do, and I trust, Manager Walsh and the staff will see this to its fruition with some of those other concerns. Specifically, I want to be very thoughtful of the drainage issues that could be a result of this development, and hopefully will not be, and will actually potentially help the existing draining problem. Really, I've been thinking about this over and over. It's been a big thought process for me over this past week, but I feel like we have come to somewhat of a resolution. I feel that the residents have been heard. I feel like they have a say in what can go forward. So I would say I at this point support this motion.
Thank you. I'll speak, and then Mr. Oster wants a second chance. First, I want to mention that I want to thank all the people that have been involved here that have come forward, the citizens that we've heard from, and then other boards, the Planning Commission has heard from, that other stages of this. They've been very hardworking, diligent as citizens, expressing their concerns. And I want to thank Mr. Walsh for the work he did in the last couple of weeks, along with the continuing work that Mr. Pavona has done for just not the last few weeks, but for years, and the project itself, and the Ides, and Mr. Klaus. I want to thank all those. There's a long history here, as our clerk has reminded us. There's a PUD here that was phased in a way that was not foreseen by the board that created it, and it's created a lot of issues for us and a lot of student housing that maybe we didn't expect in our township. And that's created problems or potential problems for the neighborhood that almost abuts it. It does abut it, but you know what I'm saying. Fortunately, it's not totally next door, not yet, and hopefully it won't be now. The unknown always leads to concerns. The neighborhood I live in was very concerned a good number of years ago when a project was to put a nursing type facility against our backyards. And we had a lot of concerns about what that would mean in terms of what kind of neighbor it would be, et cetera. And in the end, it turned out to be a good neighbor. We don't really have any complaints about that facility, but we could see all kinds of potential complaints from, garbage collections and noises and all kinds of things, and they just didn't happen. So hopefully that'll be the result here. Can't promise it, but hopefully that will be here. It's natural to be concerned about the effects of a project that's next door on one's property. And it's even more natural when you have water issues and you have runoff issues like we do here that have affected this neighborhood for years. In fact, the reality is that there's a high probability, I have never studied all the maps for sure, but this neighborhood might not exist in today's world because its location in terms of being such a wet area. A road had to be gone through wet areas to connect it that we might not even allow to happen nowadays. I don't know that for sure, but I can understand why they have these issues. That understanding why, though, doesn't solve them. They need to be solved to the extent that they can be solved. And there is a great commitment here by the township and by the Ide family and by the developer and Dev, et cetera, to work together with the neighborhood and the drain commissioner to solve these issues. And I, for one, will be looking over everybody's shoulder to make sure that happens. So with that, I echo what Mr. Deshane and Ms. Jackson said at the beginning of this discussion, and I will be voting to approve it. Mr. Osmer, you had your hand up for another go-around.
Yes, I just briefly wanted to thank the residents who invited me out to tour the site as well. It was helpful to go out and actually take a look at the site and the way in which it had been used. I do have friends that bought the development who I've spoken to over the years about, the land that is being proposed for development, but it was another thing entirely to go and see it for myself. So I just want to thank Joe Pavona and the residents who reached out to offer that. Thank you.
And thanks to the neighbor who unfortunately passed on before this could all come to a conclusion. He worked very hard on this, as he did with so many projects in the greater Lansing area. Of course, I'm referring to our deceased friend attorney. Mr. Walsh, did you have your hand up there?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to make a comment. I also wanted to remind everyone, well, first of all, the residents can be assured that there's the trust there to work with them going forward on the entire parcel, not just Andev, but others. But I also want to remind everyone too, the board deserves some credit too. This is the board, the first board back in 2016, if you recall, that rejected a large student housing development. There's 700 beds, if I recall, to the eastern side of this development. So you had some vision there on the student housing, and also the comments that were made about, oh, we need to do it differently and think differently, and we're not looking at things the right way. Let me remind you of the Walnut Hills mediation. They wanted 430 homes. They got 311. The developer wanted 50-foot setbacks. The setbacks are 100 to 150. The Walnut Hills development neighborhood and the Greens supported the work of the board and our mediation. The sanctuary was 12 homes, ended up through mediation being 7 homes. We had complete appreciation from the sanctuary neighborhood for what we did in that mediation. Copper Creek was supposed to be a kind of vehicular connection between Creekwood and the development. After our mediation, the residents supported the development. And finally, Champion Woods. They faced numerous issues with vehicle connection and setbacks and drainage and the pathway that we learned that they had some responsibility for through this. And at the beginning, we had 60 to 70 people at a meeting on that development. And at the end of our mediation, which took a long time, but at the end of the mediation, we had probably 90–95% support. So what this board and what this staff has been doing has worked extremely well if you ask the hundreds or thousands of people that have been impacted by those developments. So, and I look forward to continuing working on difficult issues, land use issues that come up.
Thank you. Other board members? Yes, Mr. Dreyfus, you're muted.
So the point I'm trying to make again is that it's not about needing to be defensive. This is no need to be defensive and try to explain all the good work that's been done. And this was not an attack on what has been done here. What I pointed out is a tool that gives more options for when the township manager is involved in mediation. So it really would be nice to hear a statement saying, that's a great idea. I'll be looking into transfer of development rights too. That's a good idea to look into it, rather than be upset with the concept and take it as an attack. That's not the right way to look at it. The right way to look at it is it's another option. It's another tool. Not everybody is thrilled with this outcome. There are neighbors that are not thrilled with it. Obviously, there are board members that are not thrilled with it. So again, there are options available that we can use that can actually get us even closer to what we want, even when we do a successful or semi-successful mediation. And the other ones that were quoted, the other mediations that were just quoted by the manager, might have even had even better outcomes if there was that tool available. And there were other people that were still not thrilled with those mediations. So a successful mediation doesn't mean it couldn't even be a better mediation. Okay, and when you have more tools, it just means more ability for the township to better reflect the values of its multiple stakeholders. No defensiveness needed here.
Thank you for that, Mr. Dreyfus. I certainly will make sure we look into that tool.
Thank you.
Mr. DeShane. You're muted.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment, since we're thanking the various parties, to thank staff. Mark Kieselbach, Peter Menser in particular have been outstanding in this. We've had a proposed project that's been very fluid, and it's been a lot of moving parts to it, and we've relied very much on them to revise different parts of this and give us quick answers to things. And we've been very well served by our building, planning, and community development staff in this whole process. If we were relying on consultants for all this, we would have used up hundreds of thousands of dollars in consultants' times. And we have very able staff that did it in-house, and I want to thank them all for that good work. Not on just on this one, but this is the most recent one, and their work has been exceptionally good. So thank you.
Glad you brought that up. We often forget to thank the hardworking staff. They do work very hard. Thank you.
Mr. Supervisor, Mr. Samuels has his hand raised in the attendee section, and I
okay.
on him so he could speak as well.
Well, we normally don't have that happen at this situation, but
I'm asking a question if he has anything to say, which
okay, that's fine.
He's an applicant, so if I have a question for him,
no, that's fine. That works. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Samuels.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be out of order. I only wanted to thank everybody, but I can wait until after you are done with this portion if you would prefer.
Well, we just heard you say thank you, which we appreciate.
Well, I will be happy to make a couple of remarks at any point. So I would say don't mind me now, and I'll raise my hand again when you're done.
All right, thank you. Other board members, anything? We're ready to vote. Mr. Dreyfus, you're muted.
Trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
trustee Sunland,
Yes.
trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
supervisor Stika,
Yes.
clerk Dreyfus votes yes. Treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
trustee Jackson,
Yes.
motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And thank everybody once again. We're now moving on to 12A, which is the coal tar sealant ordinance up for final adoption tonight. Mr. Mintz, you want to remind us about this, or Mr. Kieselbach, whichever is appropriate? Kieselbach.
I'll actually take that, Supervisor Stika, members of the board. This is a modification to Chapter 38 to regulate and essentially ban the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAHs, that are found in the toll cars or tar coal sealants utilized to maintain driveways throughout the community. This was something brought up by the Environmental Commission, and because of its environmental impacts and its risk to human health, it was determined that we should be banning that in our community. And this ordinance will do that, and we will regulate the applicators in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. And I note that Mr. Leroy Harvey, our environmental programs coordinator, was also part of the memorandum explaining this that you put forth. Mr. Trustee Opsimer, did you want to make a motion? Or?
Yes, I move to approve the attached resolution for final adoption of the amendment to Chapter 38 of the Code of Ordinances and add Article 8, pavement sealant, and to amend the township fee schedule to include an annual registration fee of $25.
Support.
Supported by Trustee Wazinski. Mr. Opsimer, you want to discuss?
Yes, I would just give thanks to the Environmental Commission, Mr. Harvey, Mr. Perry, Deputy Manager Perry, for the work that went into this. This ordinance amendment was in, basically adoptable fashion when it came to the board. And it's something that's been discussed in the township previously. So it's great work on behalf of the Environmental Commission and staff. And it was also a great use of tapping into what other local communities are doing and how they're resolving these environmental issues by looking at Washtenaw County, I think it was, if not the city of Ann Arbor. So thank you to everyone involved for bringing this to the board. You guys deserve a lot of credit.
Other board members, Ms. Wazinski.
I would also like to thank the Environmental Commission. I think this is a really easy way to make a really significant impact on our environment. These chemicals, these materials are really dangerous and carcinogenic. So not only for us, but for streams, rivers, fish, flora, fauna. So I think this is a slam dunk, and I'm glad that the Environmental Commission brought this to our attention.
Anyone else? Treasurer.
Yes, I too want to thank the Environmental Commission for bringing this to us and the board for adopting it. We have many really valuable commissions, and this board, I think one of our best accomplishments the past 4 years is that we've taken input from our boards and commissions. This is the most recent example on this coal tar ban. Last year, based on the Transportation Commission, we put the 155-mile road improvement plan after the Transportation Commission made that recommendation to us. We've got lots of good examples of where we've paid close attention to our commissions and taken their recommendations. I think we've got more work to do in that regard, but that's a discussion for another topic. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Well, at the risk of demonstrating my age even further than I usually do, I remember when I was young watching oil trucks oiling country roads. And I, for many years, an in-law of ours putting tar type substances on their asphalt driveway, which was a very long driveway in a nice suburb. And I always wondered as I smelled the effects of those and got them on my shoes, etc. I wonder if this is having any effect on any of us. I wonder if this is healthy for us. And lo and behold, it is unhealthy. It was unhealthy. And I think it's a good thing that we are taking actions like this. So I appreciate the work of our Environmental Commission and everybody else that was involved in this. Thank you. All right, we're ready for a vote, I think.
Trustee Sunland,
Yes.
trustee Wazinski,
You're
Yes.
muted. There you go.
supervisor Stika,
Yes.
clerk Dreyfus votes yes, treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
trustee Jackson,
Yes.
trustee Opsimer.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 unanimously.
Thank you. And now move on to action item C, tentative preliminary plat number 19012, Jagera Homes Sanctuary 3 Extension. I need a motion or an explanation. Mr. Kieselbach, you want to explain it for us?
Sure, I'd be glad to. Good evening, everybody. This is a request for a 1-year extension of the tentative preliminary plat, which was approved last year in October of 2019. Tentative preliminary plats as granted are good for 1 year, and the applicant can come back and ask for an extension. This is 7 single-family lots on the north side of Robbins Way. We did ask Mr. Jagera to be here tonight if he had questions specifically, but he was delayed. There was a circuit court action, a suit filed after the board approved the tentative preliminary plat, and that did hold that up for a while. So it's been probably that issue for not starting it within that 1-year time.
Okay. Any, yes, Ms. Jackson? You ready to make a motion or what?
Calling on me?
Trustee,
Whoever.
I was calling it Trustee Jackson, but
I'll do that. I move to adopt the resolution extending tentative preliminary plat approval for Sanctuary 3 to October 15, 2021.
looking for support?
Support.
Support of a Trustee Opsimer. Any want to say on this, Ms. Jackson?
No, I think Mr. Kieselbach did a great job.
Okay, Mr. Opsimer?
Nope, this is standard procedure, and it happens on a lot of preliminary plats or site plans.
And I will say, I remember there was a unexpected litigation that ended up going nowhere, but it did delay things, I'm sure, for this developer. All right, do we need a vote?
Trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
supervisor Stika,
Yes.
clerk Dreyfus votes yes, treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
trustee Jackson,
Yes.
trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
trustee Sunland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously 7-0.
Thank you. We'll now move on to action item D, which is the contract amendment township manager employment agreement. And you'll recall, we discussed this last time, and it's to add Mr. Walsh currently is allowed to do under his employment contract 6 searches for managers in other communities per year on his own time, at his own expense. And this is to allow him 4 additional this year. He's already completed the 6. And it's something that he notifies me about, gives me ongoing reports about, even though he doesn't have to give me ongoing reports. And I know that he is using weekends and evenings and any time away from us. He's always available when we need him, and something that I think it's appropriate to do. Is there a motion? Mr. DeShane?
Yes, I move to amend section 3, parenthesis B of the current township manager's employment agreement from 6 to 10 manual searches annually.
Supported by Trustee Jackson. Any discussion, Treasurer DeShane?
I think we covered this pretty thoroughly last time. We are getting great results from our manager. If he wants to extend the amount of work he does in his spare time from 6 to 10, I think we have no business stopping him from doing that.
Trustee Jackson?
I would only add that I think we've all heard from the manager who, based on our earlier discussion, has supported the idea of only adding possibly 4 more searches to his permitted activities. And so I am in support of this resolution for this period of time.
Clerk Traffis.
So in the past 2 weeks, we had that meeting and I brought up a couple of points about how generally CEOs and leaders of large organizations do not have the ability to work outside their job. And that has nothing to do with their performance. They could be stellar CEOs, top-rated, 5-star leaders, but these organizations believe that their managers or their leaders should not be working second jobs. I brought up that point. I also brought up a second point about how the township itself has this requirement for all employees. After listening to all the arguments during the meeting and listening to the debate, I do maintain an open mind, and I will change my mind when good arguments are being made that to me seem reasonable to change my mind. And after listening to the meeting, I went back when I wasn't participating, had a chance to listen to it again, and I thought this through. I thought this issue all the way through, and I said, I think they're right. I originally was opposed to this, but after hearing the comments made, I think there is no reason that the manager should not be able to do what he wants to in his spare time. Ultimately, I think that corporate America is wrong with the policies that they've had with CEOs for their own reasons. And I think that actually in a new era of enlightenment, should not be an issue. So I have changed my view. And I do think it's appropriate for the manager to do whatever in terms of, as long as it's not a conflict of interest, he can do what he wants in his own time, including earning money. That being said, I would highly recommend that we as a township change our employment policies and drop the requirement that all employees have to get permission to be able to work outside their job. I think the same arguments apply to all 150 employees as well. If the employees are doing a good enough job on the job and they're working and they're clearly able to keep their job, then they should be able to do what they want in their spare time, and they should not have to ask their supervisor for permission if they wanted to do another kind of a job. In fact, as the township manager pointed out, there are a number of jobs that nobody would really know about that somebody could be doing that is fully a job. They could be running all sorts of independent businesses that nobody would really be aware of. So that could happen with employees as well. So I would recommend that during the next round of union negotiations, when they occur, that clause can be removed from our own employment issues, employment manual, or however it's been codified into employment practice, and allow all employees to have the ability to do what they want in their off hours.
I'm sure that notes have been taken. Okay, we're ready for a vote then.
Supervisor Stika.
Yes.
Clerk Dreyfus votes yes. Treasurer DeShane.
Yes.
Trustee Jackson.
Yes.
Trustee Opsimer.
Yes.
Trustee Sunland.
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski.
Yes.
Passes unanimously 7-0.
Thank you very much. We're now moving on to our discussion items, and the first one is the Pine Village Brownfield Plan, which we had a public hearing on earlier. Who wants to start this? Mr. Opsimer, you want to start it?
Yes, so I have some questions for Triterra pertaining to the presentation that you gave us. But while you come on, do we have Triterra on as a panelist still? Peter shaking his head. Okay. So my first question would be, let's see what page it is. I guess the slides are not page numbered, but it's the one headlined "New Taxes Captured for Eligible Activities." I'm wondering what the overall demolition cost is on the site. The capturable eligible demolition activities is $566,000. So I'm just wondering from Triterra what the total demolition cost is.
Are you on Triterra? There we go, Dave. Okay.
Hi, the total cost for demolition is $566,000. In the brownfield plan, there's a set of tables at the end of the plan, and table 1 is an itemized list of all the activities. We've got $566,000 for demolition.
Yeah, as capturable, but is that the total demolition, or I guess is the brownfield paying for 100% of the demolition?
That is all of our estimated costs for demolition, yes.
Okay. And then Dave, on that same table, soft costs are 47,000. Can you explain what that is?
So what that is cost for the applicant, mainly for their general contractor for oversight and management during demolition. I also have soft costs related to asbestos abatement, which would be the oversight and testing during those activities.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question on this table is what soil work is being done that's non-hazardous? Is that the fill?
There is, what we're working on is we will be seeking out a determination from Eagle, which is formerly the DEQ, to delineate areas where we have the chlorinated solvent contamination. That contamination, when it gets removed, is a hazardous waste. So it has to go to a hazardous waste landfill. There are other areas of environmental impact on the site that are outside of that area, which would be considered non-hazardous waste. And so that's the delineation between the two. When we get into that area that's inside of that horseshoe that has the chlorinated solvents, that's the hazardous waste area.
Okay, thank you. Overall, the thing that I do like about this is that it's only 15 years, albeit there is a public cause for extending it out because it is basically a free loan to the township. But the number one thing that I like that I see is basically the 50-50 pass through on new taxes versus the capture. So that ratio is excellent. The only thing that draws my eye is 100% of the demolition cost being captured, and perhaps Jeff Buck might want to speak to that. Jeff, are you on with us still?
Just promoting now.
Thank you, Stephen.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so there's two aspects of the demolition. It's our current building that we'll be purchasing in the grocery store building that is next door. When we kind of got into it and talked to the bank, and with the building shifting, they kind of got a little cold feet with us being the first one in and getting closer to property that isn't currently have tenants. And so that's how we kind of looked at this to try to see what we could do to kind of make them more comfortable and being able to move forward and showing them that we're the first phase in a multi-phase project here on this entire site. It's going to take multiple years with this kind of idea, though, that this would push it forward for the next group to come in and sort of have a better ability to kind of see that site. You know, it'll be gone, it'll be kind of fresh, and be able to come in and move a little bit quicker.
And for now, Jeff, is Mr. Buck, is that going to be green space? Are we just going to plant seed on that?
That's correct.
Okay, that'll be an aesthetic improvement given the state of the buildings. So I appreciate that, and that makes sense. I guess final question, then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. You kind of touched on the subject. So how, aside from the lending concerns about, you know, having the kind of vacancy rates that you have adjacent to your site, how is the process going in terms of securing the financing you need, especially given that we're in the midst of a global pandemic, which complicates things?
It's been complicated. It's been uncharted waters, kind of getting through everything, and it's kind of a learning process, I think, for everybody. But we've continued to move along. The next phase is kind of, we're going to be closing on the property and kind of notifying the tenants in our building. They'll have time to get out of the building. So that's kind of our last hurdle. But from a financing standpoint, we've had really strong conversations with a couple different banks and some lending partners, and everything is moving forward. So we're lucky in the way the world is, and we're, you know, keeping our fingers crossed that there isn't another big wave or a change in the winds. But right now we feel, like I said, really lucky to be where we're at and being able to move forward with this project.
Excellent, thank you. Interestingly enough, you know, the prospects here are a lot better than downtown Okemos. So I suppose I was slightly wrong in not liking the 55 and up originally for the downtown, but it's actually serving as kind of a pro right now in terms of being able to get this project off the ground. So thank you, and I'll turn it over.
Treasurer DeShane. You're muted.
Thank you. With your permission, Supervisor, I'd like to share my screen to a particular page of the presentation in our board packet.
You could pull it off. There you go.
Okay. It looks like this is where the 29 or so cores were taken from, or 30 cores. Is that correct? And if I'm reading,
you're bouncing around a lot.
Okay, if I'm reading this properly, you actually took some cores from within the existing stores. Is that correct?
That is correct. We took some soil borings and the soil gas sampling. We looked at both the existing structure and the proposed structure. Those borings right there were specifically targeted to evaluate the former dry cleaning operation.
Which was in Unit 28, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I believe so. Ruthie would be able to confirm that, but that is the area right there. Yeah.
Okay. In the future, when you prepare these for us, what would be useful would be some kind of let me go up, sorry, I'm jumping around a bit, but you've got these tables of the chemicals that were found, and it would be useful to have some baseline data, what would normally be found in soil compared to what we have in these. I guess it's this one here. You do list the constituents, these chemicals, but aside from Trustee Wazinski, I'm guessing most of these, and Trustee Jackson, who are both scientists by training, this is a bit difficult to translate for us. And it's not just the toxicity of these chemicals, but how they would compare to what would be a baseline soil sample would be very useful in looking at these.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to do, let me stop my share. I did attend the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority meeting, and their initial request was for 5% of interest, and the manager, speaking for the residents of the township, had really pushed back and thought that was a bit excessive, but since come up with an idea that might promote this project moving along, and I would like to ask him to speak a little bit about some of the incentives that he had devised to spur development of this project, and not as trustee Opsimer pointed out, we're still waiting on our village of Okemos to tear those buildings down and show real progress there. So if Manager Walsh, if you would talk about the incentive plan that you crafted and how you think it might help this project, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Treasurer DeShane. So if you go back to the Brownfield Board Authority Board meeting, the seminars that Mr. Menser mentioned probably an hour ago, the request was 4 or 5% interest. We allow up to 5% interest. And that totaled, if I recall, I don't have the plan in front of me, I only have one screen, was around $815,000 was the 5%. So, and one of the things that we've struggled with is developers coming forward, bringing plans, spending a lot of time, staff time especially, and then Mark and Peter 6 months from later are rolling their eyes because things don't move forward and the board gets frustrated, and we all do. So one of the things that I thought might be helpful is I did make a motion to lower it from 5% to 2%, and which was unanimously passed, which lowers the interest from $815,000 to $309,000. One of the things we looked at is providing an incentive to getting the buildings down and getting the development going. And it's tiered. And what you could do is, if the board's interested, looking at this, is set up like a June 1 toll gate. Buildings have to be down by June 1 and provide 3.5% interest. And the 3.5% interest in June 1 would be $540,000, still significantly less than what we allow up to 5, which is $815,000. So it would be June 1, 3.5 at $540,000. If they remove the buildings by September 1, it would be reduced to 3% or $463,000 in interest over 15 years. And then the last toll gate, or the last hurdle they would have, is December 1 of 2020. And that would be the 2% that was approved, which, if my math is correct, is about 309,000. So there's a tier of 3.5%, 3%. The buildings aren't removed by December 2nd. The interest of $309,000 goes away. So that's what I was thinking. If you want to tier the interest, I did bounce it off legal counsel a week ago, and they came back today and said a tiered approach is legal. You can do it. So that's just an idea if you want to provide an incentive to get this project going. Thank you.
Were those dates 2020 or 2021?
2021.
Okay. Looking for comments, Mr. Opsimer, and then Mr. Dreyfus.
So just a question on that front while we're on it. Mr. Buck, what would your timeline be if nobody gave you a timeline? What are you guys thinking?
The hope is once spring hits is when we'd be able to take them down. It's going to really depend upon those current tenants, and I want to say that they all, are going to find new spaces and be able to get out on time. But with these types of things, you never know if somebody might be a holdout and kind of hold us up. But they're scheduled to be out of there by the end of the year. So that kind of takes us into the middle of winter, let kind of winter pass. And then once, first sign of spring is when we'd be ready to rock and roll. So that's our best case and our hope and dream. So.
And they do have month-to-month leases, but the problem would be if they choose not to leave in some formal process as to.
There's 2 tenants in it that had longer than a month-to-month lease. So they had, longer lead time. So we were able to get them to be notified so that they would be out by the end of the year. If we would have started that process now, it would be even longer. So we're just hoping that we don't have any kind of hiccups there at the end.
Okay, so I'm intrigued by what the manager talked about, but I'd like a date earlier than June 1. I think the date should be in the spring for any kind of incentive. But I'd like to consider that more, and I'll turn it back over.
Mr. Dreyfus, you were next.
I have a question generally about a brownfield and about environmental contamination, and I brought this up under some previous ones, but I want to clarify again. It meant there's 3 parcels here that's identified, and one of them has the environmental component, the other 2 do not. So I'm focusing on the one that's the environmental component. It says with those soil borings that there were some VOCs found. So the question I have is is there a determination of any baseline amount that qualifies as contamination? Or is the presence of anything detectable at all considered contaminated site?
Thank you. No, what we follow is the state's guidelines, which is a risk-based approach. So they do have cleanup criteria established based on what's called exposure pathways for different types of use of property. So there's residential criteria and non-residential criteria. The baseline that we use to determine if a site is contaminated or not is the most restrictive, which would be the residential criteria. And then there's different, so for VOCs, like an example, benzene, or let's go with benzene, which is one of the main components for gasoline. There's concentrations of benzene that are allowed that are protective of drinking water, that are protective of volatilization to indoor air, that are protective of coming in contact with it. So you can have levels of benzene or other contaminants in the soil and groundwater, but still have a quote unquote clean site. It's when you get over those state mandated cleanup criteria is when we determine whether or not we have a contaminated site. So it's not just a detection at a laboratory, but it's a detection above that state cleanup criteria.
So in all of those 30 borings, how many, did all of those borings have indicators of VOCs that were above the state mandated level?
No. Yeah, we had over 30 borings that we advanced at the site, and the areas that were above the cleanup criteria were inside of that horseshoe. And then there were a couple of, that was in soil. Then we also had, and it's a volatile organic compound, and so you do have vapors that get into what's called the soil gas. And we did have some soil gas below the area of the proposed new building that were above the state screening level for soil gas. So the source of it, the area that's contaminated, is underneath the existing building, but within that horseshoe, but then the vapors are extending out from that.
So I'm curious if this is a health hazard in this situation. I'm curious as to why the state doesn't regulate anything currently if there's vapors that are coming up that are toxic.
They do regulate it. So any new owner operator of this site or the existing owner, they have an affirmative obligation to protect the environment and the public. So this was something that's newly discovered as part of our investigation, is that there is contamination there. Whoever owns that property and operates that property has an obligation to exercise due care. And the state of Michigan can come in at any time. Once we're complete with our, what's called a baseline environmental assessment, and the applicant goes to purchase that property, we're going to submit all of our reports to the state. They will have that on file.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that. Sometimes I get the feeling it's hard to fully get the sort of review that makes me feel comfortable when I'm hearing that, because oftentimes I'm hearing things that have different levels of assessments attached to it. And it's hard to know, because I often don't see documents that have clear things where they indicate certain ranges, where they say, this is the state threshold, here's the number of borings that exceeded that, and here's a clear-cut thing. Oftentimes it seems interpretive. And sometimes I'm questioning when things are absolutely state law and when they're extrapolations of problems that are then being sort of discussed in the conversation the same way. Seen that happen in the past as well, where some other issues come up, even though the question is specifically about the requirements of VOCs and things like that, and other sort of examples come up of things that seem pretty bad, but I'm not really sure, because again, there's more questions that need to keep getting asked about. Is that a legal definition, or is that just a concern that's mentioned as an environmental engineer that's mentioning, subjective or even literal concerns they have too? So when these issues happen like this, they're often not broken down. We get like one paragraph that summarizes the gist of the environmental component that's supposed to be one of the critical drivers of the brownfield. So one of the concerns I have about this is that there's 3 parcels, and one of them is focusing on environmental, and it looks like, again, some of that is in that horseshoe area. I guess I don't have the scientific background to fully vet that portion of it, but it seems like there seems to be, to me, a little more clarification about what's going on there. A lot of times it just seems somewhat vague as where things are at, and whether they're under an existing building And if it's under an existing building, it doesn't seem like there has to be environmental remediation if the building's been around for decades and there's been no complaints or reports about it. So those are the sort of things that kind of roll through me when I'm thinking about this. The other concern is that this is, rather than being a brownfield, it becomes more of just a general TIF, tax increment financing, but it's being used under the brownfield label, because the other two is not environmentally based. It's simply economic benefits to the community. So what we're doing is we're saying we can forego property taxes and make this project a go by giving up property taxes in order to allow this development to go forward. And again, the argument's made repeatedly that we wouldn't have this project if we didn't give the brownfield. I have a lot of comments to say about that. Number one, we've almost never said no, so we don't really know the full negotiation when we say no. We almost, as far as I'm aware, I think we've approved every brownfield that's ever come before us. So the idea that a project's not going to go is just a negotiating stance, and we don't know that at all if that's the case or not until we actually said no or wanted a substantive revision of the brownfield. And number two, comments have been made by a board member repeatedly that a brownfield is a free loan or a TIF is a free loan. It is not a free loan at all. It actually costs the township or whatever taxing entities the amount of money of the brownfield. That money is going to a developer. It is not going back into the community. It is not a loan. What it actually is a partnership that the community is investing part of its proceeds that it would get from a development into making the development happen. So it's not a free loan. We become a free money giver, actually, which we have to pay interest back to the developer for this. And yes, we did negotiate in this case. Thankfully, I'm glad the township manager went from 5% to 2%. I think that was a good move in the right direction, since no one in their right mind is getting 5% on their money anywhere. And getting 2% is a pretty good deal on cash right now, since I know at the banks you're going to get 0.1% to about 1% on almost anything. So 2% is a great deal at current market rates. So what we're really doing, again, is we're saying that this project, the senior living project, is significant enough that we're going to forego property taxes in order to get a bigger project that will pay us the property taxes down the road. Well, what's the problem with that? Again, the argument again is that we would never get any of this because no project would ever come. So anything we get, even 15 years down the road, is free money after the fact. That's also not true. That's an illogical assumption being made. That says that basically the project, that land will never get developed, that ultimately if the brownfield isn't given, if the tax increment financing isn't given, the project would die. One of the real issues with tax increment financing is that there's an incentive to make the project as large as possible. So one of the things tax increment financing does is it artificially changes the nature of the project. It's not allowing full market value to develop it, because the developer even says, if we can't get the money, we wouldn't do this project. Well, that says something right there. That means the analysis of the cash flow illustrates that it needs government intervention to make this work. It also indicates that the project is much larger than it probably would be without having that government money being put into play, into public money coming into play. Because realistically, there would be less risk wanting to be taken by the developers, so they would reduce the size and scope of the development. And that's why all the numbers would go down. That happens with the Four Corners of Okemos project that would have happened. It happens with the project, the Forsberg project on Jolly and Okemos. All the projects become much larger when there's a tax increment financing. So that's one of the direct cause and effect consequences of going down this road. Also, brownfield was originally intended to do environmental remediation. That's why it was about greenfield terms versus brownfield, which was existing places, considered places that could never get developed because of environmental contamination or structural geophysical limitations that makes it impossible to develop. It was then over time, basically business forces in the legislature are able to modify that and make it anything economic, an economic good becomes part of a brownfield. So anything is that way. So that means every single project qualifies for a brownfield because it's somehow increasing taxes, increasing employment, and providing an economic benefit. I have a problem with that particular approach because we should just drop all the terminology and call it for what it is, which is basically a mechanized means to allow developers. This project is about $12 million, and over 10% of the project, more than about 12.5%, 2.5 million, is going to be refunded through the property tax capturing process. That's a very large amount of the project that's needed to get it going. It's being jump-started through this siphoning or off of public tax dollars. If this project was not going to give the brownfield at the level it was at, one would question whether or not how profitable it is, whether they would still continue this at this size and scope. Another consideration also is market forces would eventually continue to pressure the owners to downsize and take projects that were smaller in scale ultimately that maybe didn't require public tax dollars to make it happen. So really, a lot of times conservatives talk about the problems with government and government intervention and government regulations, but the same conservative forces want public tax dollars to subsidize the development of their projects at a much larger amount than what would occur without that public tax infusion. And they also want to offload the risk of that project to the community at large as well. That's why I have problems with these kinds of projects. It doesn't really meet the ideal that this is a place that could never get developed or has serious environmental restrictions, because the only environmental restrictions are in one area of the project, in a small area of the project that could probably be redesigned around as well if there was no money available at all. Probably be a way to get around that as well. So I really am not going to support this project given the current status, particularly because 2/3 of the project appears to be related to just economic development. And I do believe that if it was a smaller amount, this project could be a different type of a project. So for that reason, I don't think that this is in the best interest of the community.
Board members? Trustee Wazowski? You're muted. There you go.
Thank you. Just a quick question in reviewing, and it is hard to see on some of on our iPads is what our PDFs come through. But I do see all the soil borings. I see all the soil gas sampling. Is the groundwater sampling? Sample the groundwater for this tetrachloroethylene or at all? Am I just missing?
If we could promote Ruthie as a panelist, but I recall we did conduct one boring, deep boring, I believe it was greater than 20 feet, and we did not encounter groundwater. Or I believe we collected one sample and it was clean. I'd like to defer to Ruthie on that.
So far, I don't see Ruthie on our screen.
We did, so we did have that one sample boring. We did encounter groundwater in that one boring at 11.5 feet, and we sampled it for all VOCs, which included the chlorinated solvents, and it came back non-detect. The rest of those borings that we advanced at the site, we did not encounter groundwater.
And so where was the boring that you did sample groundwater from?
That was boring number 10. It would be one of the the westernmost borings.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be right off the southwest corner of the existing structure, the northernmost part of the existing structure.
And without looking at a topographic map, where's down gradient? Is that to the north?
Where is, excuse me?
Down gradient, closest surface water.
Oh boy.
So that's east-west. I think.
Stephen, can you promote Ruthie Doring?
That is to the south.
Panel?
Absolutely. To the south.
Ruthie is still on the meeting. She just needs to be promoted.
We have yet to see Ruthie.
There she is.
Ruthie is appearing. She's muted, but she's appearing.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, so as far as topo gradient and trends downward to the south on this site, and there is no on-site groundwater. Dave is correct in that one groundwater sample we collected was in a utility corridor, which is very, sandy kind of tunnel. And this site is clay So that water collects there very easily.
And so that B17, it looks like it's, the soil boring went to 3 to 5 feet and 7 to 9 feet. So, but we hit groundwater at 20 feet on the other one, and that south boring would be down gradient, correct? So if we had any migration, that's where we would see it.
Hold on, I'm in my figures.
I mean, what Ruthie is getting at is if it's in a utility corridor, it's not that it's a down gradient thing. It's a conveyance. It's like, you know, when they excavate that utility and backfill it with sand, naturally it's going to collect there. Whether it's draining to the south or not, it will stick within that utility corridor. And that's where that boring was advanced. And that's where we found the groundwater or perched water.
Yeah, we don't have concern of this contamination migrating, if that's the question, because there is so much of a lack of groundwater on site.
Do we know where groundwater is?
It would probably be greater than 25 feet below grade because that was the extent of our exploration, if it's there. It could be in a very deep aquifer that's over 100 feet down.
Okay, thank you. Only other thing I'd expound on is I agree with Clerk Dreyfus and Treasurer DeShane. You know, these are really hard to read when, you know, especially if you're not familiar with this type of sampling. And so Treasurer DeShane mentioned maybe just like adding the action levels on your site plans would be helpful for us. Or the you know, screening criteria, the cleanup criteria, that would be helpful. So we know what to compare it to, quite honestly. I think that would be helpful in the future for us, but that's just a suggestion. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
And could that be done before we look at this again at our next meeting? Because obviously we're going to see this again. That was a question. Dave?
Yes, we absolutely, we can do that.
Okay.
I'll send Peter a set of, you know, have these figures and then the analytical tables that get attached to that, and that has all the screening levels on there as well.
Okay, that would be helpful.
No problem. Yep.
Trustee Jackson. You're muted, Jackson. Still muted. Oh, there you go.
I would just add to those questions the consideration that the level, the standards for action or remediation also have to consider what the land is going to be used for once development. Is that correct? So the standards would be different if this were not a development that involved people living over it. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yep.
So to some extent, the kinds of legends that are being asked for your charts have to make those distinctions as well, right?
That's correct. I mean, certainly it would be a different situation if we were putting an industrial use on this site versus residential.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Other board members? Is there any discussion with regard to the idea that Mr. Walsh put forth in terms of a incentive plan, in terms of using the interest rate as an incentive? We know that this site has laid unredeveloped for a long time. And we also saw what happened with regard to the downtown Okemos site, which also has been laid undeveloped for a long time. So there might be merit in it. Mr. DeShane.
Yeah, for the reasons you just mentioned, which is the inactivity we've seen in the Village of Okemos for a couple of years now, I would strongly support Mr. Walsh's idea. I think moving it up earlier in the year would be a good idea as well. June seems to be almost late. This is demolition. My guess is this can happen in the cold weather months. Is that correct, Mr. Buck? You can take these buildings down in December, January, February, correct?
I believe that's correct. I'll have to talk to our general contractor with regards to the stuff under the building, if that gets demoed along with that, and you know, the frost on the ground, but you can definitely take buildings, the building portion down, yes.
One more question while we're on it. Are these all built on a slab, or are there basements for any of these structures?
You're all on a slab.
Which does simplify demolition, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Buck, a corollary to that, though, in terms of timing, legally, if someone holds out on their lease, and not talking about the month-to-months, we're talking about these long-term leases that expire, you said, at the end of the year, how long could they be stuck there with you not being able to get them out?
It's a great question that I'd have to ask our attorney to see how long legal action would take to get somebody out of there. My guess is it would be several weeks to maybe months.
I think it'd be, holdover rights are fairly strong in this state. It could be a while. Yeah.
Right.
Which is one reason for maybe not moving earlier than June, but in any event, Mr. Opsimer, you're next.
I would like to propose, and perhaps I'll, we can wait and see what Mr. Buck comes back with next week in terms of when the drop dead date is for getting the tenants out, but it still incentivizes them. I'd like to phase it in quicker as well, as Mr. Duchesne noted, and I'd also like to scale it back a little bit. I was thinking May 1st, if the buildings were completely demolished and completed, and seed was down by May 1st, 3%, July 1st, 2.5%, September 1st, 2%, November 1.5%. Beyond that, no interest, and that would be 2-month intervals across the board. I believe Mr. Walsh's plan at the end concluded with no interest. He can correct me if I'm wrong. He did. Yeah.
I'm shaking his head yes.
So those are perfect 2-month intervals, and if Mr. Buck completed demolition and seeding by May 1st, he would get an extra 1% interest. I appreciate the idea that Manager Walsh brought, because we have been in the position of being let down on progress on these sites all too often, albeit this board's experience has been that we actually have projects to be let down by. Previous boards have had no projects in downtown Hazlet or Okemos. Well, I suppose there was, for my time on the Planning Commission with Trustee Jackson, we did have the Tavern and Tap at downtown Okemos with the 18-unit apartment building to be let down by, but there has been very little to be let down by. So I think it is a worthwhile effort to see if we can't incentivize progress in these two key areas of the community.
Anyone else want to comment on that? If not, we'll just look forward to see what we get at our next meeting. Now, is our next meeting, looks like we're supposed to do action. It wouldn't be at the next meeting, by the way. It'd be 2 meetings from now, because we have a special meeting next week to adopt the budget. So that's separate. But our next regular meeting after this, this will come back. Are we going to have it come back with this incentivized plan as part of it? It sounds like we are. Mr. Buck, you have any objections that you want to express at this point?
No, I think that if we can lay out what the 2-month increments and what the percentages are, I think that would work for us. So we want to get them down as soon as we can. So that helps. Okay,
Manager Welsh, you wanted to comment on that?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure everyone's clear. It was my understanding that we had talked about having them come back on the next agenda on the 22nd, a week from now. Is that still the case?
Oh, okay. We can, if that's, you mean in addition to doing the budget.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We talked about doing that so that it would stop like a 3-week delay for them to keep them moving forward.
Okay, that's fine with me. Okay. All right, then we're ready to have this. We'll move on to our next item, and thank everybody for their participation and all their hard work. We'll look forward to seeing the numbers in a comparison mode in terms of what's actionable, and we'll look forward to seeing the incentive plan as all part of the proposal when we get it next week.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and we'll now move on to our next item, which is Planned Unit Development number 20014, Okemos Land Investment Silverleaf. Discussion. We know what this is. We've heard about it already. Somebody want to start the discussion going?
I can find it.
I know finding it in this electronic world can be difficult. This is the development over on Bennett Road, near the Bennett Woods High School, near Champion Woods, near Ms. Jackson's home.
Yes.
If anyone's having trouble finding it, it's on page 82 is where the staff memo starts of this week's packet.
Is that help? Maybe nobody wants to comment. Maybe we're ready to have this move on. Yes, Mr. Osmer.
So my first question is for Principal Planner Menzer. So I was trying to follow, I was following along with the Mr. McCall and the public's comments about the existing hydrology issues. Would you be able to share your screen and use the site plan or a different map to show us which area we're talking about? I want to make sure that I'm understanding the existing concern that they were conveying. And then I want to get Manager Walsh's update on where we're at with all that.
Yeah, thanks. I will admit I don't know a lot about drainage, and I don't want to pretend to be an expert. I also don't have anything pulled up. I'm using the iPad for the meeting, so I don't have anything that I can pull up right now. We're planning on holding a meeting with representatives from the drain office sometime next week, and actually preceding that with a site visit. So on site to meet with some neighbors, and all that has to be scheduled here as soon as possible. But I don't know the answers to that, but we can bring it back to you at our next meeting.
Okay. And then my other question, when you have the site plan, perhaps we can, or perhaps when you have the site visit, we can talk more offline, and I'll maybe talk to some residents as well. I appreciate that. Looking at kind of the back of the proposed neighborhood, looking at the lot frontages on the site plan, it looks pretty comparable to Champion Woods, but I'm wondering if you guys have averages. Perhaps it's in the packet and I missed it, but I'm just wondering how the averages compare between the two, because they are both PUDs. And I know the Planning Commission talked at length about this issue. It looks comparable to me, but I'm wondering what the hard averages or medians are.
Yeah, so I have to find it myself. It's actually in the second staff memo that went to the Planning Commission, which please be patient with me because I'm rolling through the same 500-page PDF you guys are. So we did a comparison between a couple of the different neighborhoods. Okay, so it's on page 357. And if you're able to get to page 357, you'll see just a brief comparison of front yard, side yard, rear yard setbacks, and then lot frontage. A comparison between the current RAA zoning, the proposal before you in Silverleaf, and then 3 other neighborhoods that fit this, that were good comparisons. So we're looking at Oakhurst Preserve, Champion Woods, and Copper Creek. So there was a lot of discussion on this topic at the Planning Commission. Ultimately, they chose to go with the proposal from the developer. And I'm sure the developer can answer any specific questions you may have about it. I think the general consensus was that rather to try to compare these lots to other neighborhoods, maybe other neighborhoods that were done using traditional zoning or the plat process, that these, it's really based on the comfort level of the people that are going to buy them. So they kind of know what they're getting into as they view the lots and, understand the development that they're going to be buying into and the size of the lots.
Okay, that's helpful seeing this chart. The interesting thing is, so the front yard setback is less, but that's just going to end up with more rear yard space if the parcels are comparable size, which a lot of them are. So just looking at the site plan. I guess that's what I was really wondering was average parcel size from Champion Woods to this one, because they look pretty similar, but yeah, the setbacks, as long as the parcel size is the same, if the setbacks vary, you still end up with just as much open space, unless it's the side yard setback that's smaller, which it is a small amount. Okay, that's helpful. I will turn it over to others for questions. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks.
Okay. Others? Yes, Clerk Treffus.
I'm glad that the main goal of a PUD is to cluster housing and to maximize open space. And I'm glad to see that we have a little over 50% open space protected after we subtract out floodplains and wetlands. And that's to me meeting the goals. Often our MUPUDs don't meet our goals because we don't get really a good commercial component. And so we've had a lot of issues with MUPUDs that it didn't really hit the intent, perhaps. This particular one does meet the intent of having the open space preserved, which is one of the most important goals of a PUD, if not the top goal of a PUD. The issues with the adjacent neighborhood have been addressed. We know that that was something that they may not have been thrilled with some of the compromises made, but the important thing about maintenance of the trail and that property was very important to some of the folks there. And I'm glad that those people in the neighborhood had those issues resolved in their mind. The water issue, another big issue. And again, that needs to be looked at. And I know there's promises made. There's been discussion on how this issue's been kicked down the road. I guess once again, since we're, it's not being, hopefully it will get addressed with as much focus being put on it publicly as has been during this process. My final comment is a technical one involving land use. It was pointed out by planning staff. It was pointed out by myself that zoning 3 acres within this property for PO is spot zoning. We also had other board members agree with this comment, and we kind of shrugged and said, oh, well, I guess it has to be. It's disappointing to me that we actually allowed that to go through. That could have still had exactly what the developer wants there. The veterinary clinic he wants to put there, or whatever 20,000 square foot building he wants to put there, could have been put there with the PUD conditions put in place, and it did not have to get zone PO. It was poor planning. It's spot zoning. We all know that's what it pretty much was. And it doesn't make sense why we didn't just simply say no to that. So that's where I sometimes feel like we're not as skilled negotiators as developers are. We tend to throw in the towel more quickly rather than knowing where it's appropriate to stand up for certain key things. And in my opinion, this was a very important thing that should have been stood up for, because it's a practice that we've had to deal with for years. And we've always taken the role, both staff and board, opposed to spot zoning, not us actually helping to create it and basically supporting it through our vote when we don't have to do that. So that's, to me, disappointing. And I really think that it could bite us in the butt in the future when you do things like this.
I was muted, sorry. Treasurer Jashade.
Thank you. I think this agreement was negotiated, and we've talked earlier about the skills of our township manager in negotiating these things. I would agree it probably is spot zoning, and but it was a trade-off we made to get other concessions from the developer. So this wasn't a giveaway. It was done in a serious, detailed, lengthy negotiation by our manager. So I think if you think back to this process, you'll remember that it didn't happen overnight. It took many meetings, and this was the final agreement. And it's the best agreement I think we could have expected. It's a very large land donation. We're meeting other conditions, as you pointed out, as your clerk pointed out, to have the open space and the PO was part of the negotiation. So it's easy to, after the negotiation is over, to look at it and look at your concessions and say, oh yeah, we should have pushed harder on that. We shouldn't have given that up. But again, you get a deal, when you get a deal, you get a deal because you make concessions. And I think we made some in this case, but overall, it's a good deal for the township. It's a good deal for the residents in the adjoining neighborhoods.
Other board members? Okay, based on the lack of response, looks to me like nobody is really strongly opposed to this, other than perhaps the clerk. I'm not sure about that. He's saying no, he says not opposed to it. All right. All right, then we will have this on for action next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we now move on to number C, which is the 2021 recommended budget. Mr. Walsh, you want to say anything more, or we're ready for us to discuss it?
I've said enough. Thank you.
The numbers speak for you. All right. Trustee Opsimer.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to thank Manager Walsh and all of the directors for producing another budget. Excellent budget. Obviously, we're in the fourth budget that this board has produced. So at this point, we're getting to the point where a lot of our goals and objectives are already in here. There is one thing that I'd like to propose for this budget. I've spoken to Deputy Manager Perry just to get some facts around the township's energy production. This budget does include $100,000 for renewable energy, solar. And 2 budgets ago, obviously Supervisor Stika proposed the original $50,000 investment. We doubled that for the current fiscal year budget. And based on the conversation that I had with Deputy Manager Perry, we really need in today's dollars about 3.5 million in investment in solar to get us to 100% renewable across the township. We've invested 150,000. So in today's dollars, we need about 3.3 million in investment. And so what I would like, and we talked about this at our goal setting last year, is to put us on the course for 100% renewable by 2030 by increasing our renewable line item for the current fiscal year from 100,000 to 300,000. And this would still put us above a $7.5 million fund balance, above 30% rainy day fund, which obviously as a township, short of the tax base completely eroding, there is no immediate need for a rainy day fund like a state government where your revenues are very, very susceptible to revenue declines. And based on what Manager Walsh reported, and we're going to see at least a maintaining of our constitutional and statutory revenue sharing overall. So we'll probably end up still close to 8 million with that investment. So that's the one thing that I would like to propose. Overall, I think it's a fantastic budget. I like that we're adding a little bit more to the preservation of roads from the current fiscal year, and look forward to future discussion from everyone else. Thank you.
Okay. For other people to comment on the budget. Well, with nobody's hand going up, I will reply to Mr. Opsimer that he's obviously speaking to my heart, since getting us off the grid and into solar has been something I've been pushing for a number of years now. Actually wanted from the time I got on the board. So I find that a very positive proposal. I'm not sure if 300,000 is, if we're ready for that, maybe we should do something like 200,000 this year and then increase it the following year and figure out how to keep going with that, with those increases. But it's a good thought. Anything else on the budget from anybody else? Yes, Treasurer, and then Courtney Wazinski. You're muted.
Thank you. I like this budget as well. I think it fulfills the goals this board has set. I know it took a lot of work by the manager and Director Edison in particular to put this together, where there were some real constraints due to this COVID pandemic. And I think it's a conservative budget, and I like that as well. I like the fact that we are still maintaining a rainy day fund and will in fact be at 33% of our township operating budget with our rainy day fund. I'm glad that we're not stepping back on our pension commitment, and to have that paid off by 2027. Our contributions are up where they should be. They're taking the lower rate of return, which I think is far more likely. Glad that agree with Trustee Opsimer. I'm glad we're putting more of our general fund money into roads. We're leaving all $3 million from our road bond into new construction, and we're doing the preventative maintenance out of our general fund. I like the motor pool investment as well, the investment in the future. And I also like the fact we're restoring the Meridian Economic Fund. We need to have that money available to help us to redevelop Okemos, downtown Okemos in particular, and the Four Corners in Hazlet. We did give the Environmental Commission a $10,000 grant last year. I would like to see us do that again. This year, they're going to use that to produce or to plant 50 good-sized trees in the township, which is trees are very much an antidote to global warming. They absorb a lot of carbon and they beautify the township at the same time. They may do that again this year, but let's give them that $10,000 again and let the Environmental Commission choose the best environmental use of that money for some experimental grants or other ways to engage our township in dealing with this climate crisis we're all experiencing. Overall, it's a very good budget. I'll be glad to support it. I think Trustee Opsimer's idea of more for solar is a good idea. Maybe we meet halfway as the supervisor just suggested, but if we're going to get to our goal of completely solar by 2030, we need to be aggressive in our solar investments. So I think that's something we can discuss in more detail at our meeting next Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay. I think I could, is it Courtney? I said you were next.
All right, just making sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Also, I want to express, I think this is a good budget. I think there's a lot of forethought that happened prior to going into COVID that happened on the, at the manager level and at the director level. So it puts us in a really good spot. We were already, paying down a lot of our debt and we can still a fund. So I think that's fantastic. I would also just like to appreciate that it was $30,000 appropriated to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion program. I think that's imperative as we're working through this process. We understand that we may need additional, counseling and/or expertise, so that will be really helpful in there. I would also support the both the solar, the aggressive solar funding, as well as I agree with Treasurer Duchesne. I think the Environmental Commission would be ecstatic and could really put $10,000 to really good use to make another difference in this environmental sustainability in the community. They did a fantastic job. They ran with the tree program, and they really worked together. And I think that would be certainly something I would support. But thank you. I think it's a fantastic budget. Great job.
No more board members to hear from. And nobody's raising their hand that I can see. No new comments? All right, Mr. Opsimer.
I would also like to support Treasurer Duchesne's idea of continuing the one-time line item for the Environmental Commission. And I did talk to Deputy Manager Perry about logistics, but I do have one question for him. Deputy Manager Perry, we talked about the limited land use we have in totality, and we probably can't get to 100% renewable with just township land due to that limited scope. But do we have enough do we have facilities where we have viable land for 300,000 in investment next year? Before we have to get into partnerships?
Potentially, you know, we still have the North Fire Station. Central Fire Station has quite a bit of tree cover. We do have the service center, that large roof area. There's potential that, you know, between those facilities that we could do additional solar. Beyond that, I think we really need to start investigating, you know, solar purchase agreements. Potentially, we could look at parking lots, something along what MSU has done. But again, we'd have to investigate all that.
So we're probably at 300,000 more that we can invest, and then we're having to explore new options is essentially the summation of that.
Yeah, otherwise we'd have to start looking at other properties that, you know, are not traditional, you know, land preservation, which really has its own restrictions, you know, park properties, maybe some parking lots there, have to work with the park commission. But those township facilities are the ones that jump out at me.
Okay. So I would just encourage the board to move forward now, and it might take a little over a year depending on some of the logistics, but so far Deputy Manager Perry has been up to the task on finding and executing the investments, but that way we're getting something for our money, because we're not getting much in the way of investment due to the limited scope under state law. So, but we're saving a lot in utility costs in the long run by getting those panels installed now. Thank you.
Okay. Other board members, comments? Thoughts? Anything, Ms. Sutherland? Are you okay with the budget?
Yes, I'm okay with budget.
Okay.
Don't have anything in mind.
Ms. Jackson, we haven't heard from you.
I am okay with the budget. I like the idea of adding more to the solar projects. The $10,000 for the Environmental Commission, I can support as well.
Clerk Dreyfus, you haven't spoken on this yet? Not going to? Okay. All right. What I've heard so far, it sounds like we would like to see the budget come back for action next time with an addition of $10,000 for the Environmental Commission to spend on programs as they so choose, as they did this year with the tree, 10,000. And also an additional amount on the solar. The proposal would be 300,000. We could talk about it. If it ends up being 300,000, it does. If it's something else, it'll be something else. We can decide that next week when we vote. It'll come back with the 300,000. Anything else? Then I guess we're ready to move on to our next item on the agenda. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Miriam, for all your excellent work on the budget, and every director and every staff member to help the directors, and every staff member to help Miriam and Mr. Walsh. Oh, Mr. Walsh, you have a comment on the budget. Yes, sir.
Just one quick comment that as you look through it and decipher all of it in the next week, if you have any questions that come up, board members, please feel free to reach out to us so we can respond to your questions that you may not come up with this evening. So thank you very much for your attention. I know it's been a long night.
Okay, but still not a record meeting. We're still under the wire here. We now come to something oh dear, I said to myself when I saw Jane Greenway come on, so I know we're going to be up to the deer management item. But I think probably Luann will speak first on that.
I will. Yep,
Okay.
I will. Good evening, Supervisor Stike and board members. Believe it or not, we are ready to begin year 10 of the deer management program. And as you all know, in the beginning, we started out really slow and wanted to make sure we had everything right and it was safe and our community was supportive. And then as the years have gone on, we've added properties, we've added hunters. And in 2014, that was our largest harvest that year with 150 deer, and that was with baiting. And then, of course, chronic wasting disease came into play, and so our numbers have decreased. But now, starting in 2020, we have a total of 90 hunters, and we'll be on 40 properties, and we're still looking at gathering more properties. But at this time, so then we had a meeting. So we've talked about how we can enhance the program this year, because we have been on a downside, and it's like, what can we do to make things to be more effective? And so we had a meeting with Chief Plaga, and then also Chad Stewart and Chad Fedewa, who are our contact folks with the DNR, and to come up with some ideas on how we could progress forward. And so at this time, I am going to turn it over to Jane Greenway, who has been the guru of our deer management program and created it from the very beginning. And I felt only right that she speak to the options that we're looking at considering moving forward. Jane?
Thank you. Good evening, board. So as Luann said, we are now on year 10 of deer management, believe it or not. And we have hunters on 2,300 acres right now. We have almost 2,000 acres of parks and land preserves. And with that comes a bit of a responsibility in terms of ecological management. And for the township, our natural vegetation is being very affected by the overbrowsing of deer. And specifically, oak trees aren't regenerating. Things aren't growing like they should. And I don't really need to tell anyone in the township that we have a problem with deer. Our complaints continue. We get calls, and I know the police department gets a lot of calls all of the time. And so we all got together with the police and the Department of Natural Resources and all the park staff and said, what can we do? And now that we are done with chronic wasting disease, that really put a damper on our program for a while there, because we were no longer allowed to bait, and that really affected the numbers. And it also affected us being comfortable with donating the venison. But now we haven't had chronic wasting disease since 2016. And in fact, this year, they're not even mandating testing in Ingham County. They've moved westward into other places where they're focusing resources on the testing. So we're really glad that they were able to get a handle on that so quickly. We do still have the Michigan State student that has the collared deers who's studying deer movement in the township. And essentially what that has revealed is that the deer don't move very far. They move about a quarter of a mile. And I think that everyone knows that the deer that live in Briarwood are living in Briarwood, having babies and raising their young in these nice vegetated areas. And it's like we always say, the deer like Meridian Township for the same reasons that we do. The woods and the open space and the natural vegetation and the trails. And it's just a great place, but it's, they are a nuisance. And so we said, what can we do? So for starters, we said, okay, what can we do to help our hunters? Because we have these hunters who are out there and see a lot of deer, but it's not just a matter of shooting the deer. And of course, this is all bow and arrow. The hunters are in elevated tree stands, but literally, like, you have to drag out this deer, field dress it, get it to the processor. It's a lot of work, especially if you have to go to work the next day. And most of our hunters do work. So we put our heads together and said, okay, let's try to make this easier for them. Let's recommend buying a large cooler so that the deer can be dropped off at the service center and stored cold. Let's use some of the Department of Public Works staff to help take the deer to the processors. Now that chronic wasting disease is gone, we can get back into donating the venison, which is a wonderful byproduct of this program. And the Hazlitt and Okemos community food banks that are both run out of the churches will tell you that protein is a real need for people. Sometimes they go and they wait until chickens are on sale at Meijer's and go buy chickens for it. So they need the venison. There is a need. And so we're going to basically try to make things easier for the hunters in terms of transporting those deer to the processor. So greater volunteer assistance. we'll continue as we always do with educating the public. A big part of this is don't plant stuff that deer like in your yard. But I mean, as we all know, anyone in Meridian will tell you, yeah, right, they still continue to eat everything. So that's a tricky one. But we have some other kind of options here. I would like to put on the table an option to maybe develop a feeding ban. And unfortunately, we do still have some residents that feed the deer because I think that their hearts are in the right place and they think they see deer that are hungry, but it's really not benefiting wildlife at all to feed them. And then lastly, well, not lastly, we also have a goal of 300 deer. So our numbers have been down from the bow hunters in recent years because of the ban on baiting. But we are asking them to step it up. And we're always tweaking the things. I won't get into every detail of our deer management, but we're doing things where we make them harvest some does first before they can kill a buck, things like that to make them kill some more deer. But lastly, we would like to maybe consider having our police officers go into the neighborhoods with specialized equipment. And I'll let Chief Plaga maybe touch on this a little bit more. But this kind of goes along with the idea of with the Department of Natural Resources, if they have a problem bear or a problem animal, they don't go and kill all the bear in the woods. They go and take care of that bear or that animal. So what that MSU study showed us is that these deer, they're not going far. The bucks do, but the females stick around. And we think that it's going to be necessary to remove some of those herds from the neighborhoods that are causing a nuisance. We just had our 2020 deer management meeting tonight. We weren't able to have it at the MSU Demrick Center like we always do because it's closed, but we had a great meeting at Wand Park. One of our deer hunters even canoed to the meeting from his house, so that was kind of fun. And these guys it's just a wonderful group of residents who are just an incredible group of volunteers who are so proud of the fact that the township is doing this in such a low cost and humane way compared to some other communities. And as we've mentioned many times, they act as our eyes and ears for encroachment, for, they might see fires and dumping, things like that. So we've really touched a group of residents who we never had much contact with before. And I know they're very proud as taxpayers to be a part of this program. And I think our residents are really happy that we use our own people out in the field too. They're not strangers. So with that, I'll ask, Emma Campbell's also here tonight, and I'd like her to say hi. Emma Campbell's on the screen, and she replaced Kelsey Dillon. Emma's our new stewardship coordinator, and is getting out. She just started this new conservation corps, and really the deer hunters are kind of part of our conservation corps. But Emma, did you have anything to add? Or
well, hi everyone. It's good to be here tonight. I did want to make a very quick correction. We do have 75 hunters this year. In the past, we've had a little higher numbers, but it's not 90, it's 75. And I would like to add that I think our hunters are really excited this year. We had a great conversation tonight. We're really working in the community to, link up these volunteer hunters with private property owners who have contacted us and they would like deer removed. And as long as, some of these private properties are larger, in some of the areas they're smaller, and, we're really encouraging hunters to talk to their neighbors, their community. And if we can get enough properties within the same tract, within the same area to agree, yes, you can, if you harvest a deer and it runs onto our land, you can absolutely come retrieve it. We'd really like you to help us remove deer. We're really encouraging them to also nurture their own communities in that way so that the hunters themselves can actually be removing some of these problem deer in the neighborhoods. So along with the parks and preserves, and we're allowing hunters to be assigned to more than one park and reserve, I think a little more prevalent this year. We're really pushing them to communicate with each other. If somebody's going to be on a vacation or they know they're not going to be able to go out to the stand, we're really pushing them to communicate and fill in for each other so we can get the maximum number of deer. I think they're really excited for this year. So.
Ken Plaga, would you like to speak a little bit about the extended deer program utilizing the officers?
Sure, Luann. So board members, one of the things that was done when chronic wasting disease came up was that the U.S. Department of Agriculture has sharpshooters, and they were out taking deer in the evening hours, the dark hours, which makes it a lot easier for them to get into close proximity to these deer and also take them from locations that are, it's not really hunting, it's culling deer, taking deer for the fact that they're in a problem area. CWD was the problem at the time, and removing them. One of the suggestions there, one of the discussions that was made is that the township could contract with U.S. Department of Agriculture again to hire these sharpshooters. The cost of that is high. We worked with those folks extensively in the early onset of CWD, and great group of guys, but they're stretched across the entire state of Michigan. And I had spoken with them and said, listen, what do you think of some of our highly trained, capable officers doing the same thing that you did, or somebody affiliated with the police department, to go out and take these deer after the hunting season is over, in the January, February, once deer season is over, and focusing on taking the does out of the population to reduce the number of offspring. And they absolutely said that that was something that they thought that we would be capable of. They offered to give advice on equipment and tactics to make sure that we were doing things safely. I have officers that are, tactically trained that would be able to accomplish the same goal, and I believe at a much lesser cost. It would also allow us to focus our efforts in those areas where we have neighborhoods that complain. Our neighborhood watch meetings that we have quarterly, we go around the table and talk about issues in our neighborhoods, and the first thing out of the majority of everybody's mouth is, well, if we could just get the deer to stop eating our plants, the DNR would be willing to allow the township to, issue us a permit to be able to do this call, to take these deer, and we could focus on those neighborhoods where we had a consensus or a neighborhood association that approved us doing this, and work with Luann's folks to get these deer taken, put them in the cooler, get them to a processor, and then getting the venison donated to the food banks locally.
Anything more, Luann?
No, I'm just going to say that 300 is quite a large goal, as we've never even come close to 300. But like I said, we met with the hunters today. We really laid it on the line that this is real important, that they take extra effort, and we do they still have to check in and check out, so we do have a way to identify who our people are that hunt on a regular basis and those who are maybe only going out once a week. And so on those, based on that data, we switched it up and added multiple hunters on certain properties because of that. So hopefully we get people out there on a regular basis at dawn and at dusk on all of these properties, and they can really start taking the deer. And with us helping to take away some of the tough work as far as getting the deer to the processors and paying for the processing, because we'll be working with Sportsmen Against Hunger. So if we take the burden away and let them just go out and have fun, hopefully that generates more deer killed. And then if we can get the police department to hop on board for a special hunt starting in January, I don't know if we'll hit 300, but at least it's a good goal for us to try to attain.
Okay, well, I could tell you that a sharpshooter standing on my deck could take 6 out of that 300 right away. I can also tell you that my in-house expert from the Garden Club could tell you that there's no such thing as a deer-resistant plant when they're hungry.
Amen.
They'll eat all the ones that they claim they won't eat, because we've had them do it. Anyway, okay, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to an improved increased program. I think there is a clamoring for it. Yes, there are some people who, and I understand it. They love the wild animals and they have a different point of view. But I think by and large, our citizenry have been supportive of this and will continue to be. Mr. Apsimer.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, and thank you, Director Maisner, Chief Plaga, and Jane Greenway and Emma for bringing this forward. I get a ton of calls on this. It doesn't affect my neighborhood, and specifically my part of the neighborhood. We are a little bit denser. We've got mature bushes along like fence lines and things like that, but I get a ton of calls from the neighborhoods where the deer calling that we have right now isn't serving them, as Chief Plaga outlined and as you guys have tried to address. So I'm just curious, out of the 300 target goal, what is the police department's target as a percentage of that, or just a raw number?
I believe we could be effective and get half of that. I think we could get 150 deer in the 2-month time period. There's an upfront cost for some of the equipment, and we would work with USDA to make sure we're doing things that, the right equipment and take their expertise. But I believe we could get the 150 that we discussed in our meetings.
Okay, that's when I was looking at it, I guess, that's kind of what I was thinking. If you guys are successful in the recruitment efforts on the hunting side, and we get back to that 150 area, and then, the department has to basically do the exact match of that, but inside these neighborhoods where our hunters have no effect. I get a lot of calls from Cornell Woods, Forest Hills as well, the Shoals, and all of the neighborhoods on the south side of Hatch Road. They're bounded by the river as well, so the deer stay between Hatch and the river. For me, we just talked about our budget. We have a very healthy budget. We have the resources to invest in a program like this. I love the thought that's gone into it, and I would encourage you to bring any and all ideas to us. I'm sure the sharpshooters were going to be cost prohibitive, but I'm very pleased that the police department's willing to take this on. And please bring any and all ideas and those associated costs to the board, because this is something that our residents want to invest in. And this plan creates a little bit more equity across the township in terms of how this program assists people. And my final question is just, have we talked to the DNR about, obviously we're collaring them and we're tracking, and those have been interesting conversations to learn from, but 300 deer out of our population, how would you scientifically present that as, what kind of progress are we making? I know that's sometimes hard to quantify, but what would you say to residents that want to understand the extent to which that might address some of their problems?
So we did actually talk to Chad Stewart and Chad Fedewa at length about that. And so, we really asked them, frankly, what they thought the program was doing right now. And right now, I think, and Jane, chime in on this, but they really feel that it's kind of just keeping us baseline. It's not really making a dent the way we'd like it to. And we did bring up the goal of 300. I think today when we brought up even just the fact of us having a cooler at the service center, the hunters started clapping. The fact that we want to aid them to take that extra, because they're just taking mostly what they can for their family, and then we're kind of donating it to staff or close people we know. But the fact that we do want to, we're making it mandatory to donate the first deer. I feel like they all came up to me afterward and were just like, this would be great. If you are willing to take them off our hands, we'll just keep going for them. And so, right now they each have 2 licenses. So there's 150 permits out that we're hoping to fill. So, the numbers that we're at right now, their baseline and this 300 number, Chad Stewart did think that it was a lofty goal, but if we could reach that or close to that, it would certainly make a good dent. And but the other thing we have to, think about too is there is a social carrying capacity that if a deer population is pushed too much, they may actually overproduce. So we feel that, we're walking a good line right now. If we can reach, 3/4 of that goal, I think we would really be sitting well. We could, and another thing is deer are smart. So if we're able to go into those areas where they're bedding down, they're hanging out, they feel safe, and we are able to bring in the police department, we are able to bring some hunters in on private property, it's definitely going to shake it up for them, and they're going to be moving around more. It's going to be more of a natural environment for them, where they once had predators everywhere. So I think the whole dynamic of the program could really help.
Thank you, Emma. That's helpful.
Oh, sorry, were you done, Mr. Astor?
Yep, I just wanted to thank Emma. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate all the work that went into this. And I know a lot of residents that are going to be very happy.
Commissioner DeShane.
Yes, thank you. One of the letters we got from a resident about the deer problem was quite poignant. And his point is the deer problem today is much worse than it was a year ago. And we really need to approach this with some urgency. To quote him, he says, deer have become more than just a safety and health hazard. They have become a major menace and are impacting the quality of life, and not for the better every single day. The problem has been accentuated by the fact that our deer become more suburban smart, feasting on the nutritious goodies that we grow, and as a result, reproducing like rabbits. They know how to cross the road safely. They teach this to their young. Enough is enough. Something must be done. More must be done. And I applaud you, Jane and Luann and Emma for your efforts. I think covering the processing costs, making it easier for them is a good idea. And I really like the sharpshooter idea as well. Ann Arbor pays $150,000 to call 150 deer. That's 1,000, and they only got 120 last time. So our deer management program has been done for a fraction of that cost, thanks to the good staff work that Jane has done and others in Luann's department. So we need to keep that up. I think we ought to look at 300 as absolute the bare minimum, and maybe use that as our hunter goal and add 150 more deers that our law enforcement take out. Because when I was in the Park Commission, we asked, it was at the time of the chronic wasting disease, and there was an estimate then that there are between 5,000 and 10,000 deer in Meridian Township. They couldn't give us an exact number, but the number is enormous. And if they weren't that 6 years ago, there probably are now. A week ago Sunday, there was a deer that was hit on Birchwood Drive in Cornell Woods. I took a walk up Central Park Drive, another deer along Central Park Drive near the Home Depot, and two deer in the road the same weekend. And from what I understand, the county doesn't pick them up anymore. So we really have a significant health hazard here, a problem. And I'm glad you're approaching it with urgency. It's kind of amusing to talk about our deer hunt, but this is really becoming a health issue for our township, and it's impacting the quality of life for people. Deer are gone beyond being amusing and cute. They really are posing a threat to motorist safety, and they're essentially overrunning our township right now. We've got to do something drastic. And I agree with Trustee Opsimer, whatever you need, come back to this board. I'm confident you'll get the funding you need. I really applaud Chief Plaga for stepping up and involving your officers and helping with this as well. It's a much more cost-effective way to approach this than hiring sharpshooters at $1,000 a deer. But we need to take some really strong action this fall and this winter. Thank you.
Anyone else on this? I think you know where we stand, Luann and Manager Welch. We'd like to see less deer.
We'll do our best.
There's a 6-point buck that goes through my yard, as well as the huge female that's been there for years that produces every year multiple fawns. So, and I know right where she lives. So I can tell the officer who lives in my neighborhood where she lives. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else on this? Thank you all very much. All right. I think we've just about come to the end here. We're down to comments from the public. Mr. Geeves, are you still with us?
I am still here.
Is the public still with us?
If anybody would like to make public comment inside the Zoom meeting, of course, you can use the raise hand feature, and the telephone number one last time for tonight, 517-349-1232. Ms. McPherson, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. This is Katie McPherson. I'm at 4715 Mohican Lane. I'd like to thank you for hearing our concerns on the ANDEV project. And thank you for actually walking the property and meeting with my neighbors and me. I greatly appreciate the passion that the board shows about preserving green space, water management, and protecting our unique wildlife. As mentioned by residents and board members, the ANDEV plan is not perfect, and there is still more to do. I ask that the board holds parties accountable for the promises negotiated during the facilitated conversation, as these concessions influenced my comfort level with the project. As we all agree, water is a serious problem in this neighborhood, and I would like to restate my comment from earlier this evening that it would be a great goal for the township and Indian Lakes Estates to work together to solve existing water problems and keep a close eye on water levels so that we as a township can protect our trees, wildlife, and homes from further damage. Thank you again for meeting with us, walking the property, and your passion for green space preservation and your unique ideas and solutions along the way. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Ms. McPherson. Anyone else, Mr. Geeby?
We have several other people waiting, and we have Ms. Vaughn calling in at this time. She needs to turn down her background.
We have some interference going on. Someone was talking.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Can you please state your name and address for the record and then go on with your public comment?
Phyllis Vaughn, 6100 Baylog Court, Hazlitt. I don't know if I'm there or not, but anyway, I would first like to thank Derek Perry for getting the lawn mowed along Marsh Road by the corner of Marsh and Hazlitt Road. And sorry, I have a little list. You guys had a long meeting tonight. I was at a professional office on Jolly Road the other day, and we had to wait in the car before we could go into the office. And the smell from the parking lot next door had that tar that that you all are saying you don't want in our community anymore. It was horrible blowing across the parking lot. The other thing I would like to say is possibly when they do the knockdown of the buildings there on Marsh and Hazlitt Road for the new development, that they could take those bricks and recycle them back by the interurban and make a nice little path along there. That's all I have. You guys are doing remarkably well. And don't shoot our deer here at Grange Acres. We love them. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. Other people, are there more? Mr. Hughes?
Yes, thank you very much. Next is going to be Athena. You'll need to unmute yourself in order to speak.
Hi.
State your name and address for the public record.
Hi, this is Athena McLean. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Athena.
Okay. And I'm from Indian Lakes Estate, 4738 Arapahoe Trail. And I also appreciate the effort of many of the board members to really come and listen to the residents. However, I was a little taken aback when I heard that the one of the considerations in voting in favor today was because of the support of the homeowners association. And I really just want to set the record straight. I think it's an issue of semantics, because I think the homeowners association is often collapsed with the homeowners board. And it really is the board who has been representing the homeowners association, which consists of over 80 families, over 80 households. And none of us were polled. There was a clear, important calculation after the mediation of the board members to determine what they felt after talking with those most directly impacted, what might be the best move. And I'm not saying that the members, the other households oppose it. I'm just saying it's an unknown. It's one more unknown, and don't move with the assumption that it is a unanimous homeowners association acceptance, because that would be not true. We don't know. That said, given where we are today and given the support that the board has shown when we've reached out to you, I really look forward to moving and working together so we can come up with the optimal solution that'll make everyone happy. But I just wanted to set the record straight, because I think it would be unfair to those people who I know will go to bed crying tonight. So thank you.
Yep. Mr. Gibbies, do we have anyone else?
Have no other hands showing at this time, and there are no phone calls at this time, sir.
Okay, then we will move on to other matters from the board. And final board member comments. Don't see anybody. I will bring up a subject, not that we will discuss it or go very far with it, but to get you all thinking about it, and that's Halloween. In the COVID situation, Halloween is going to be very difficult or strange, and yet it's a holiday dearly loved by virtually all children, as well as many adults like myself. So we need to be thinking about what we want to do. We obviously don't have any true control. We normally just say these are the recommended hours for trick-or-treating, but people can ignore those if they want. But perhaps this year we could be proactive. Maybe we could do something at the new market location. Maybe we could have some sort of community thing. Give us some thought. If you have ideas, give them to the manager. I know he's talking to his staff and Luann Meisner about this, and they're coming up with ideas. And all ideas are welcome at this stage. We still have a little over a month to go, or a month and a half. Okay, anything from anyone else? Do we need a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Support.
Moved by Trustee Opsimer, supported by Treasurer DeShane. All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 In front of you. If you agree with adjourning. I see, and except Clerk Dreyfus. You don't want to adjourn? Okay, he does. All right, well, 7 adjournments. Thank you. We're done.